Hi everybody, welcome to Wednesday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. I'm in festive mood. It's nearly Christmas and this is my last day on air. So, gosh, it's going to be a Christmassy old day, but also a day full of colour and gorgeousness. We've got a great day ahead for you. Hope you're well this morning. We have a fabulous early bird to start the day with. Let's jump straight in. It is an absolutely brilliant early bird. Gosh, you're going to love this. Now, this only launched a few months ago, and it has been absolutely wild. We are all, me included, loving the Odif 505 temporary adhesive glue stick. I'm just going to grab this is my sewing caddy from my studio, just to, hello, just to, love it. 505 glue, 505 spray. Flatter. Love it, absolutely brilliant stuff. This 505 temporary adhesive glue stick is made for fabric. I mean, you can use it on paper, not an issue, but it is made for fabric. It is really the sort of size of a Pritt stick, but it's fabric safe glue, temporary adhesive. And so you can use this for things like if you're putting in zips, if you want to turn up, no pins, just run a line of glue, stick everything down. You can sew through it. It's not going to gum up your needle. You can do things like attach your quilt binding, sew it to one side, glue it on the other, and then just top stitch it in place. You can also use it if you want to attach things like interfacings to fabric or foam or batting to your fabric as well to hold everything together. Use it to hold down appliques, embellishments. It's absolutely brilliant stuff. And you can imagine a little goes a long, long way. When you compare it, still love my Sewline glue stick. But when you compare, oh, this one's run out, look. But when you compare the sort of size, the surface area, the coverage that you've got there, it is absolutely fab. Now, the normal price is $6.99, which to me sounds like an early bird price, but it's not. Ben, let's do it. We're doing it. You're saving £1. I think that's fantastic. $5.99 for your Odif glue stick. Now, we have sold hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of these at $6.99, saving £1. It's a brilliant day to pop one into your shopping basket or even a couple into your shopping basket and keep these stashed. As you would normally with your glue sticks, with your Pritt sticks, things like that. Keep the lid on, keep it away from sort of heat sources, and it's going to really last you ages. It's a brilliant tool to have, whatever your level of sewing. It really is useful. And like I say, you can replace pins with it if you want to hold fabrics together when you're sewing. It's just simple and easy. A nice thing about the glue stick as well is it's very sort of direct application. So one of the things that puts a lot of people off using sprays is that, oh goodness, what if I get it on the table? What if it gets everywhere? And I get that. Whereas with your glue stick, you are literally placing it exactly where you want to place it. One of the things I like to use a glue stick for when I'm placing appliques, things like bias stems, okay, for things like obviously flower stems, outlines, or stained glass quilting, is you literally just draw a line where you want the stem, stick it down. I like to go over it very quickly with an iron just to quickly dry that glue because I'm an impatient sewer, and then you can jump straight to the sewing machine. Otherwise, just give it a minute or two just to dry and you're back in business. Brilliant stuff. They are absolutely flying out. It's very, very busy this morning. If you want to get your 505 quilt temporary adhesive glue stick, this is the best time. You're saving £1 because it's our early bird. $5.99 instead of $6.99. Now, you remember you pay one postage all day. Regardless of how many times you check out your basket, you only pay $4.95 for the entire day. We're guaranteeing a Christmas delivery for the British Isles, before Christmas. You'll get your, I love it. The little, is it with the truck? This is great. Is it? Is it? Look at that. Driving in my lorry, driving home for Christmas. So yeah, you are still guaranteed Christmas delivery. Great little stocking filler. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Lots and lots in baskets. Keep coming through, keep checking out your baskets, and don't let them linger. Right, let's have a look at the menu and see what's coming up, and then we'll talk about this fabulous quilt behind me. In fact, let's talk about it now. It's called the Rainbow Slide Quilt from Kaffe Fassett. I'm going to be showing you how to make. Isn't this vibrant, luscious, full of colour, full of joy? It's an easy make. It's a beginner level make. I'm going to show you how this hour. Beautiful. And also, I'm going to give you over £100 off the price as a little Christmas gift from Sewing Street to you. And remember, Christmas delivery, pre-Christmas delivery. Now at 9 o'clock, the fabulous Adam Brooks is here. It wouldn't be Christmas without Adam. With the Aria top by Chalk and Notch Patterns. This is a gorgeous, easy to make, easy to wear top. Perfect if you're a beginner level dressmaker, if you've never dressmaked before. This is fab. If you're an experienced dressmaker, these are the kind of tops you're going to make in an afternoon, love wearing throughout the year. It's absolutely gorgeous. And we have got the most beautiful fabric bundles, including 4 absolutely luscious double gauze fabrics. That's the blue, isn't it fab? Such a flattering colour. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got an hour of quilting tools. We've got some special rulers in that hour. We've got some extra wide backing fabrics. We've got a lovely assortment. It's a great time to get any of your questions and queries in too. So if you've anything that you'd like to know or some help with your quilting, sewing, dressmaking, get your questions in. Now at 11 o'clock, we are launching a brand new book. It's called the Dressmaking Companion and it's from Search Press. It's an absolutely brilliant reference book for every dressmaker, whether you're beginner, intermediate or advanced. It's absolutely crammed with fabulous information. The price is incredible. It is an exclusive launch on TV here at Sewing Street, and Adam is going to be talking us through that fabulous book and doing some great demos. Right, 12 o'clock, it's sewing machines, and we're really focusing on Brother sewing machines. I've got the Brother FS250, amazing price, amazing deal. It's back in stock today. I've also got the NV1100, which if you want to really treat yourself, is an incredible machine. I'm really looking forward to showing you that. The quilting kit is amazing that goes with that and so much value for the money. It's amazing. And I've also got the embroidery machine. Now, just to remind you, all of those machines are Christmas delivery. If you order today, you will get them delivered pre-Christmas. This is pretty much our last day. Today, possibly tomorrow, I think. But I'm going to err on the side of caution and say I'd be ordering today. Also, as well, of course, like the Brother FS250, we are going to be crashing the price today. But tomorrow, it will be back to its normal price. Maybe still guaranteed Christmas delivery tomorrow, but not at that price drop. The price is incredible. All right, let's dive in, shall we? Remember to keep going through for our early bird today, that fabulous glue stick. Now, it's easy to order. It's easy to get in touch as well. Go to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live, and then you'll see us. You can send a message to us there. Yeah, exactly. Here's our early bird, the 505 glue stick. We've got what's coming up on today's show. There's my brand new pattern, the trio of bags, Mark II. We'll do that quickly in a sec. There's the Rainbow Slide Quilt Kit. Remember, not staying there, taking over £100 off that quilt. And it is a fabulously big quilt. It's 77 inches by 97.5 inches. There's a lot of fabric. Everything else underneath. Remember, you can also call our UK call centre 0800 001 4433. You can tap the app, but do please get in touch. I'm just waiting for Facebook to come on and then I'll be able to read some of your messages there. But let's dive in. Now, before I launch into Kaffe, we're just going to talk briefly about my brand new pattern, which is called the Trio of Bags Mark II. Now, you've got 3 brand new bag patterns here for £11.99. That's not you choose, you get all 3. You get the maxi, the midi, and the mini. They're all brand new patterns. None of them are in Bags for Life. None of them are in my next bag book, which comes out next year either. So you can buy this in confidence, knowing you're not buying twice. You get all 3 patterns. Let me show you the bags. And these are all beginner-friendly makes. I've worked hard to make sure they look gorgeous and they look fabulous without being difficult to make. So our first make is the maxi. So this is the largest bag. You've got handles and a shoulder strap. You've also got a magnetic fastening that goes across the front. You've got 4 big roomy outer pockets, front and back. You've also got that really deep gusset, so you've got plenty of space inside your bag for all the things you need. So a great day bag, a great carry-all. Now that's the maxi. It also uses fusible foam inside. So that's a couple of points about that. Then you've got the midi. So this is the mid-sized bag, a kind of day bag, handbag. You've got that gorgeous scooped out shape, kangaroo pockets on the front and back. This uses H630 and H640 inside. You could use quilt wadding. To create shape, you've got boxed corners this time. So you're learning different skills in every bag. If you've never made a bag before, this is the perfect 101. Magnetic snap, and you've also got a slip pocket inside. So lots of skills to build there. And then the smallest bag I've called the mini, and that is this wristlet style purse. Now, I've put a wristlet on, so you could easily wear this out in the evening, for example. You've got a flat pocket on the front. You've also got little folded flanges, and I've used cam snaps. So again, skill builders. On the other side, you've got a zippered pocket. Again, nice and roomy, another skill builder. And then you've got the zippered interior. Oh, nice bit of blue roll in there. This uses interfacing H250, which is a fusible medium weight interfacing that we sell at Sewing Street. So you're using different methods, different skills, different closures, different ways to shape your bag, and different interfacings throughout. So you really are going to build up your skills, but if you're a complete beginner or an advanced bag maker, you are going to love those patterns. Now, I'll just give you a quick flick through. You've got 15 pages of instructions here, lots of photographs. We start with the maxi, just because it's the biggest. Read through the pattern. You pick the pattern you want to start with. I'm not saying that there's one which is easier than the mini, actually, that purse, has the most processes, the most skills in it. But actually, that would be a brilliant one to start with if you're fairly new to bag making, because you're going to learn so much working through the pattern. Remember, you're just paying £4 per pattern for this. £4 per bag, £11.99. All right. Few messages. Deborah says, morning Stuart, fantastic jumper, thank you. Morning Stuart says, Tara, morning and all, love the bright cheery colours on screen this morning. Isn't it gorgeous? Glad you love it. Morning, lovely Stuart. I love your Christmas jumper. It matches beautifully with the quilt behind you. I think my card will be hot today. Oh, Rosemary, we've got some lovely things on the show today. Morning, Stuart. Love your jumper. I've just ordered 2 glue sticks for my New Year projects from Bev in Norfolk. Brilliant. That's the time to buy, isn't it? To multi-buy. Morning, handsome. I just got 3 glue sticks. I am loving your jumper. Hope you and Charlie have a wonderful Christmas from Sarah in Gloucestershire. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well. Quick good mornings to Annie. She says, morning, Stuart. Love the jumper. Anne says, morning, lovely Stuart. Claire says, good morning and Merry Christmas, Stuart, and all. Fabulous jumper. Susan, morning, you match the quilt behind. Laurie says, morning, Stuart and team. Love your rainbow Christmas tree jumper. Tracy says, merry morning, Stuart. Fab jumper. Merry Christmas to you and Charlie. Hilary says, morning, Stuart. The weather outside is frightful, so spending the morning with you will be delightful. I'm just going to put that in. Sophie says hi. Oh, there's so many. I'll say some more hellos in a second. Right. Let's get started with this fabulous, fabulous quilt. Now, I'm going to move that out of the way. It's a big quilt. It is 77 inches wide. I mean, look, me in comparison. Oh. That's just me right now. But look, I mean, it goes right to the floor. This is a big quilt. It's absolutely beautiful. It's 97.6 inches long. So this would fit up to a king-size bed. Now, don't be put off by that, because how easy would this be to just go up to here, for example, do 3 rows instead of 4. So, and do it 1 row shorter, for example. If you want to make it for a double or a single bed, then you've still got plenty of fabric to make probably a wall quilt, add some fabric into your stash, you know. It's not always about making the whole quilt if you don't want to make something that big. But it is absolutely glorious colours. I do think it matches the jumper rather well, doesn't it? Now, I was having a look at these fabrics inside, and you have got, I think, 28 different fabrics in the kit. We'll have a look. I mean, look, it is like a fair few house bricks worth, isn't it? I don't know if that's a proper measurement of fabric, but if it isn't, it should be. It should be. It is a really big chunk of fabric. Oh, it is a whopper. It really is a whopper. Oh, look at this. It's always knotted, honestly. Let me out the fabric. Okay, there's so many beautiful fabrics in here. It's all Kaffe. There are a few solids. Look at these, absolutely stunning. I'm going to grab some of the luscious greens over here. Going to kind of split these up a little bit. Some pinks here. I think it's good, isn't it, to split up the colours sometimes, just so you can see what you're getting. And actually, the way the quilt is done and set out is also in those beautiful sort of rainbow colours as well. You've got these beautiful purples. The greens are absolutely magnificent. You've got some black solid for your binding. And look at these fabulous, fabulous prints. There's so much fabric there. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Was anyone counting? No. You get the pattern included as well, by the way, of course. That's all included for free. You don't need to buy a separate book. Let's have a look. 24, yeah, 28 fabrics. 28 fabrics included. And it's such a large and beautiful, bold, beautiful quilt. It is absolutely gorgeous. Now, it is beginner level. It is beginner level. I'm going to show you how easy it is to piece. Now, at the moment, the price is $379.99. We are not staying anywhere near that. I want that price to rain down like snowflakes. Come on, then. Let's do it. That is £110 off the price. That's 110. That is more than one of the split pays. Now look, now that's amazing. You get this quilt kit home before Christmas for under £90. Half the stock that we'd normally have. Because we knew it was close to Christmas, you know, but you're still getting guaranteed Christmas delivery. You're still getting guaranteed Christmas delivery on this. You're going to pay under £90 to get this quilt home. Now look, how long would this take to piece? Let me tell you that this block here, once you've got the hang of it, is probably going to take you in the region of 1 hour to cut and to piece the whole block, okay? Now that is being very, very generous with the time. Realistically, for most people, it's going to take you half an hour, especially once you get into your stride. So I reckon all over, to make all of the blocks, you're probably looking at a weekend to, 3-4 days to make all your blocks. Now, this is the kind of thing you can spend 6 months making. You know, there's no time limit. You don't have to rush these things at all. But it is an easy block. It is an easy block. Princess has got in touch. She says, love the jumper, Stuart. It matches the quilt perfectly. Did you make them at the same time? I didn't make either of them, Princess. Pam says, morning, lovely. Good morning to you. Rosina says, morning, Stuart. Morning. Steph says, morning, Stuart. Fabulous jumper. A rainbow tree. It certainly is. Tina says, morning, Stuart. Cannot wait till I get the pattern for your bag collection. Merry Christmas and a very happy new year to you and Charlie, from Tina in Nuneaton. Morning, my love. That's so kind. Thank you. Jan says, morning, Stuart, and all great jumper. Deborah says, morning, Stuart. Fantastic jumper. I should have worn this before. You're loving the jumper. Thank you. Anyway, so much gorgeous fabric. I'm going to grab a little bit of fabric and show you how easy it is to make. Now, we're so limited on stock, I'm not going to cut into this gorgeous fabric. I've got some other Kaffe fabric that I'm going to cut into. So I'm just going to mention that. Now, I just want to say, you can't make this quilt using a 10-inch charm pack, okay? Even though I'm going to be showing you a bit of it using the charm pack. I just don't want to cut into one of the kits because that's depriving one of you of this kit, which is so special and so beautiful. But I'm going to cut into a layer cake to just show you the process of how you make the quilt, okay? So let's dive in. Now this charm pack that I'm using, we'll show you the details of that. This is this the Warm? Is it called Warm? Warm. Yeah. Can we show the details then? Feeling hot, hot, hot. Burr, 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 burr. Ooh, hello. Hello, lovely. Right, let's pick a few fabrics. Ooh, yummy. Look a little bit like abstract pomegranates to me. Let's use a bit of that. Okay, I think that's enough to get me started. Okay, right. So you've got your cutting chart. Now I'm just going to give you a little tip. I thought the printing on the pattern was a bit small. So I've photocopied and enlarged the cutting chart just for my reference. You might want to do the same. So I'm going to start off by cutting the square. It's a quarter log cabin really. So I'm going to cut a square to get started. Oop. Cutting a slightly funny angle. Oh, as always, I haven't unlocked my rotating cutting mat. I will never learn. There we go. Right. Would you like a little something to help spread the cost of this quilt pattern? Yesterday afternoon, I had quilt kits on 5-way split pays. And our Ben wasn't here yesterday, feels a little left out. So he said, I think just for this one, we're going to put 5 split pays. Let's see what that does to the $89.99 split pays. Let's see what it changes to. Remember, it's 0 interest. You don't pay any more by choosing split pay $53.99 to get the kit home. Wow. That's getting it in home for Christmas. Ba 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 da ba 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 ba. Right, what am I doing here? Oh, I've just cut that wrong. I am a dolly. I want a different ruler, please. Different ruler. Just one that hasn't got a ribbon on it. In fact, I'm just going to cut the ribbon off because it gets in the way of me using it properly. There we go. Right. I don't like wasting fabric, but I'm going to have to start again. Right. Okay. So let's start by cutting a square. You see, it happens to all of us. If you ever think at home, am I the only person that does this? Trust me, you are not. You are not alone. Okay, right. So, I've got my square. Right, next... Okay, let's go with this black print. Let's have a bit of drama. So, I'm going to cut a couple of strips. Okay. At home, remember, when you're rotary cutting, have the table low enough so that you basically have a straight arm when you're cutting. We all have to struggle along. Our desks are too high for easy rotary cutting, really. But there we go. Right, and then lengthwise. So you are literally cutting strips. My next strip, okay. As I say, I think that enlarging the chart will help enormously. Don't throw bits like this away. Remember, this is patchwork. We love our patchwork. And as patchworkers, we take small pieces of fabric, we sew them together, we press them, and then we've got usable pieces of fabric. You know, we don't need to throw those pieces away. Okay, right, let's start making the block. And I would do the first block like this. I would cut and sew as you go, all right? I'm going to chance my arm. And I'm going to not use pins. How well do you think this is going to go? We'll see. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Of course, I would recommend pins. I have got pins, and I'm going to use pins for the longer strips. Now, as I'm making this block, I'm going to finger press as I go. You can iron if you prefer. But if you're careful with your finger pressing, you can do that. Let's grab my pins. There we go. Get my gorgeous pins out of my personal caddy. There we go. Now, what you want with any quilt block, but particularly these ones that are sort of log cabin-like, is as you add each strip, it really, really should fit perfectly. There shouldn't be even a little overhang. If there is a little bit of an overhang, then your seam allowance is too big. If your strips are a little shorter than they're supposed to be, your seam allowance is too narrow. So, you know, try and make these little adjustments right from the get-go, and then you'll end up with a quilt top that lays flat, that the borders fit to, that just comes together as it should. Don't think, oh, it's just a little bit, I'll just trim it off, because that makes it look like it's right, but it's not right. And at the end of the day, your quilt block won't be the size and shape it's meant to be. So you're just kind of saving the problem up for later. And I think that's why a lot of quilt tops never get quilted, because they're not flat, they're not even, they don't sit nicely, and you don't want to finish them. Well, let's not do that. Let's get it right from the start. So there's my first round. I think it's fair to say that's beginner level sewing, right? Let's do our next round. So I'm going through my chart. I'm going to grab my pencil and I'm going to tick off as I go. I would recommend you do the same. Right, next round. Okay, this is going to be a fun one to go next, I think. This vibrant purple and pink print. Love that vibrant colour. Gorgeous. Now, I know I said earlier on you can't make this quilt using a charm pack, a 10-inch charm pack. I suppose if you follow my advice and be a patchworker and sew shorter lengths together to make the right length, then actually you could make these blocks using 10-inch charm squares. Okay, so I've got the right width. Let's see the length. That's right. There we go. That's one. Ooh, quite getting through. And then my next one. Now, of course, once you've done one block, you might want to consider cutting lots of strips in one go. Now, normally with a log cabin, you add to one side and then you add to the next side, okay? And you work around like that. But this block is a quarter log cabin, so we only work on two sides rather than all four. So I'm going to go back to the original side that I added my first strip to. And when I lay that down, what I'm checking for is that my strip is the exact length of the block it's to fit to. If it's not, this is when I need to start looking at my seam allowance or my pressing or maybe my cutting. Something's not accurate. Okay, so you make your first block and you check as you go. You don't save up problems for later. You deal with any slight inconsistencies now. There we go. Now, if you want to make the quilt that's hanging behind me, you do need to buy the kit, okay? I didn't want to cut into the kit to show you how to make the block. I can show you the method using a charm pack up to a point, but I can't make a block. The pieces aren't big enough, and also you wouldn't have enough fabric. I mean, in the kit, you have got absolutely oodles. To reproduce the kit that's hanging behind me, it should have been £379.99. You're saving a whopping £110. We've also added 5 cheeky split pays, just because. So for $53.99, you can get this gorgeous quilt kit home. You see, it really is worth pinning because all of these layers now are holding together perfectly and they're all fitting together as they should. Okay, so there's my second round. Okay, let's go for a third. I think now, do we think? Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. So I'm going to cut some strips first of all. It's all just cutting strips. So, you know, in terms of beginner level, it's easy cutting, easy piecing. Obviously, the size of the finished quilt is more of a challenge when it comes to quilting it. You can always get it long-armed if you want to do the big quilt. Oh. It's not the rotary cutter, it's the height that I'm trying to cut at. I can't get enough downward pressure to get a nice clean cut. There we go, that's all right. Okay, so I'll cut my first strip. And I know I'm just doing more of the same here, but what I want to show you is that is what the block is. That's how simple and straightforward it is. It's very achievable. It is very achievable. Just wondering what I've done with my block then. Right, there's one side. Let me just tick off the last one I did and see where I'm at now. Right, now, so the next strip that I need is 10 1/8. So I'm going to take my one strip and I've got my little bit here. I just want to show you, you know, I often say, look, you don't have to start cutting extra fabric. We're quilters. We sew fabric together. It's what we do. So I've done that and I should be able to get the right length now out of that strip. So, there we go. Yeah, you see, it would have been criminal, wouldn't it, really? I know it's only a little strip, but it's just enough. Okay, right, let's add the next one on. And then what you're doing with these blocks, once they're all made, is rather than setting them straight, you're setting them on point. So your squares are sort of turned on their edge to look like diamonds, I suppose. And that really changes the look of the quilt and it makes it look a lot more complex than it actually is. It's a bit of a quilting trick, a bit of a designer trick. Setting blocks on point makes it harder to see how the block is made and also how the quilt's been put together. But it's no different in terms of difficulty level for you to put together. So that's that strip on. And we'll pop the last one on. Now you'll just keep repeating this process, adding strips to the same two sides and be consistent with that order as well. So you're always adding to this side first, then that side, even though your next strip will fit the second side. Do you know what I mean? You want all of the shorter strips to be on the same side and all of the longer strips to be on the other side. There we go. And once you've done the whole block, then it's a good time to give the whole thing a press. And always, when you finish the final block, measure the block. Make sure that the block is turning out the correct size. Now, so here we go. This is how we're going to set. So this is our normal straight set. Okay, just like a normal square. The only difference is that we're going to put the blocks on point. And that's what creates, if I show you here, that's what creates this more complex look. Do you see? It's no different to setting them straight. They're still in rows. The rows simply go diagonally. Now, the one thing you might have noticed about this quilt is round the edges, you have got these gorgeous, more neutral, stripy setting triangles. Now, those are just created by sewing. I'm going to show you a sort of an approximation of how they're put together. Okay. So I'm just going to cut a few strips. I'm not going to cut them the right width this time because I'm literally just going to show you how the triangles are put together. So I'm just going to cut a few strips of fabric, just enough to demonstrate how these are put together. There we go. So you've got strips, and actually in the pattern they are shorter, done like this. And actually as well you have, let's do it with this. You have a triangle. Okay, like this. And what you're going to do is just... Oh, actually, no you're not. Ignore me. Where's the pattern? Oh, I've put the pattern down. Is it in the box? Yes, it's right at the bottom. Ah. Right. Oh, no, I was right. I'm just going to show you how to do the corner triangle. So you've literally got it set up like this. And you're going to join these rows together. One of the best things you can do to improve your patchwork is to sew an accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now, my favourite way to achieve this is using the 1/4 inch stitch on a good sewing machine. I'm using the Brother FS250, and you know what's brilliant about this machine is everything it does with the quality of a much more expensive machine. Much more expensive machine. You get a fantastic 1/4 inch stitch just using the regular foot. Personally, I'm not a fan of 1/4 inch feet because I think they lull us all into this false sense of security that so long as that's on the machine, it doesn't matter where we put the fabric. You know, I'm using a 1/4 inch foot, so I'll get a 1/4 inch seam. It's much better. Now, normally this machine is £799. If you buy it tomorrow, that's how much it'll be. But not today. We're doing this to the price. £399 half price, and let me just remind you that this machine comes with 13 feet, including your walking foot, your darning foot for free motion quilting, a non-stick Teflon foot for working with kind of sticky fabrics, and also a concealed zipper. Absolutely superb. You also get a rolled hem foot, you get a fully adjustable piping foot. I mean, it's brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. It's such a cool machine. You get an extension table, a hard case. It is fab. You've got a memory, you've got 3 alphabets, 250 stitches. And of course, remember, you're getting guaranteed pre-Christmas delivery. So let me just show you, once you've sewn all your strips together like that, just to make your setting triangles, all you then do is trim the edges and you've got your setting triangle. Look at that. Easy peasy. You thought it was paper piece, didn't you? This is what I absolutely love about you, Stuart. This is Yvonne. You don't just tell us, you show us. I learned so much from you. Thank you. Oh, Yvonne, thank you. It is lovely here at Sewing. I've always said, I love, love, love live TV because you can ask me, Stuart, can you just show me this? And I can say, yes, Yvonne, I can. And then I can literally show you. So I just love that. Sewing Street's such a great resource, isn't it? I mean, we all love watching the Sewing Bee, but it's all pre-recorded. It's all to a set sort of, you know, format, whereas with Sewing Street you genuinely can say to the presenter, I've never really understood how to put a collar in, and they can say, well, we're doing a shirt, I'll show you. It's just great. You can watch us on YouTube, you can watch us back forever. So there we go. That's the corner setting triangle. You've also got side setting triangles, and they are really just made like the main block is. The only difference is that rather than starting with a square, you actually start with a triangle, and then you add strips to the side, strips to the side, strips to the side, and then you just even the whole thing up into what is effectively that setting triangle. So it's a really easy quilt, beautiful, beautiful results, very impressive. It looks way more complicated than it is. It isn't complicated at all. It's a really easy quilt. The kit makes it easy because you've got 28 different fabrics in there. Absolutely luscious Kaffe Fassett Fabrics. Let's have another look at those gorgeous fabrics, shall we? I'll just clear the decks a bit. I'm trying to be really good here and put everything in the bin instead of the floor. I know. It's like I want a round of applause. Right, let's get everything out the box. It is, you know it's a really big kit because it's in a really oversized box as well. Nice and easy for wrapping up on Christmas Day. In fact, I'd be quite happy with that, with just a bow on the top. But look, here's the gorgeous quilt kit. You've got some amazing Kaffe florals here. It's a bit of Philip Jacobs. Gorgeous, isn't it? And, you know, this is the kind of thing, you've got full cutting instructions, you've got fabric placement instructions as well. You know where to put the fabric, how to place them. And one of the things that Kaffe does in his designs, and which I do in my designs as well, and it's a really easy route, I think, to success, is more is more. The more complexity, the more fabrics, the more you add, you just get this wonderful, complex looking quilt and block, but without hard work. I mean, how glorious are all these greens? Different sizes of scale of print, some very small, some much larger. You've got some solids in there which help to break the whole thing up. You've also got things like polka dots, stripes. They all add visual interest to your quilt. They make it more exciting. It's one of the hardest things, I think, to get your head around when you first start quilting, how to combine fabrics. But once you feel confident, it really just becomes instinctive. You've also got some absolutely luscious purples there, haven't you? Love that. Are these, what do they call these? Not a nautilus. And then, is it a nautilus shell? I think it's a nautilus. I don't know why I asked the gallery. They struggled with the plot of the Teddy Bear's Picnic. Ammonite. An ammonite. Hey. Look at these gorgeous rich colours here. How fab are these? Love this print. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, look, there's more ammonites. Annamites. Love that, yeah. It's so gorgeous in the black and white as well. Got that black for the binding, beautiful blue scales. It's amazing, isn't it? 28 different fabrics in this kit. It just builds and builds and builds. It's really beautiful. Really beautiful. Collector Merseyside says, my goodness, that quilt is a splash of pure joy. Absolutely gorgeous. It is, isn't it? And it's absolutely glorious. Just a kind of study in colour as well, and how to use colour. But a really simple block. Easy to piece, easy to make. We're low double figures quantity-wise. I want you to check out your baskets. Get this home. Get this home for $53.99 in about 3 to 5 working days before Christmas, guaranteed for the British Isles. Absolutely fantastic. Our lovely Ben has put 5 split pays on this quilt. Really shouldn't have, but I mentioned earlier on that yesterday we'd had quilt kits all on 5-way split pay. So he's done it just for this one quilt kit, just for today. Just for today. That's just till midnight. Remember, you're also saving £110 on the original price, £379. But you're going to pay $53.99 to get this quilt kit home. I think that's pretty amazing. I think it's pretty amazing. Steph says, could you do it without measuring the strips? No. Like lining them up, sew them on and then trim the ends off? No. I mean, some people do add borders. Lots of people add borders that way. But the problem is fabric stretches, and especially towards the ends. So what happens is that rather than staying square, it just starts to bow outwards. And that's when you get those ripply edges on quilts. And at the end of the day, your square blocks wouldn't be square. So no, measuring is where it's at. She also says, I've never done an on-point quilt. Do you need to be careful with setting triangles? For example, stretching. It's a good point. So when you're cutting your strips, obviously, they are all on the straight of grain. Okay, so these edges, not an issue. These edges all along here are going to be on a 45-degree angle, which has the potential to stretch. Now, I think unless you're there pulling at all the edges and when you're ironing are really going for it, then no, they're not in danger of stretching. They're only in danger of stretching if you stretch them. So I would say be gentle with your patchwork. It's very tempting when you've done lovely work like this to want to rearrange your blocks. That's absolutely fine with your square blocks. Rearrange those to your heart's content. These are all the same. So at the end of the day, you don't need to rearrange these. Make them when you're ready to put the quilt together. Make them, sew them in rows, and what you can do when you've done your quilt top, just to stabilize the whole thing, is to sew stay stitching, what we call in dressmaking stay stitching, all the way around, or even along the edge of each setting triangle, just about a stitch length of 3, stitch within your 1/4 inch binding allowance and stitch along, and just that line of sewing will just help to control any stretching if you're a little heavy-handed. Hope that helps. Right, let's move these fabrics out of the way. Keep checking out your baskets. Remember, we are low double figures now. We are getting limited on the stocks. This is guaranteed delivery before Christmas. You're getting 5 split pays if you'd like them. If you've never used split pay before, remember, you just tick the box, yes, I want split pay, as you check out, and you get it. There are no forms to fill in, there's no credit checks, and you don't pay any interest either. Right, we've got a few other fabrics on the show. We have got that gorgeous warm or hot layer cake that I've been using, the 10-inch charm. You won't get this one because I've cut into it, but there are some absolutely gorgeous fabrics. Look at these. And you get a few multiples, look. And actually there are quite a lot of fabrics in here that have been used in the quilt. So if you were inspired by the quilt and want to have a go at making something a little bit similar, then you could grab the charm pack and have a go yourself. How fab are these? Ooh, that's a bit special. That's amazing. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Really vibrant, joyful colour. And when you're working with these layer cake, try not to edit anything out. Try to trust the process. Don't say, oh no, that's a bit brown, isn't it? Put it in the quilt. Put it in the quilt. It will really add extra depth, extra interest. Sometimes it's about adding extra sparkle. Trust the process. Be committed. You'll love the results, I'm sure. So that's the warm. I've also got one called Cool, which again, I'm going to show you. I was never cool at school, were you? I was never one of the cool kids, but that's okay. Well, what's interesting now with the advent of Facebook is now you can see what the cool kids who were at school look like, and usually they don't look cool anymore. These cool are absolutely beautiful. I love these. You could actually combine the warm and the cool to do a really fabulous version of the quilt behind me, couldn't you? Oh, I love that. Beautiful. Now, those are sea urchins, aren't they? Gorgeous. Oh, that's yummy. That's yummy. That floral is very, very beautiful. Like that teal. Yummy. Oh, very nice. These are all $49.99, which is a very good price now for a 10-inch charm pack or layer cake. A lot of them now around 60, 64 pounds I've seen. Moda layer cakes. Really, really, the price has gone up. Our price has really stayed very consistent at $49.99. Fab. Now I've also got a strip roll. These are 2.5-inch strips in sort of dark, rich shades, purples, reds. Got lots of lovely purples there, some blues, a few lights, some nice dark charcoal grey there. A real assortment of all Kaffe Fassett strips, which again, you could use to make a version or something like the quilt hanging behind me, especially if you'd got maybe some charm squares that you could use as your big square that you then sew your strips to. It's a process, isn't it? Just adding strips to the same two sides repeatedly. Now, just want to mention Kaffe's most recent book. This is Quilts on an English Farm. He didn't come to my farm. Oh, look, there they are. Oh, Kaffe, hello. Hello, he's got his legs out. Summer's day. I shared a swimming pool with Kaffe Fassett once. It was about 5 a.m. in Texas. And I couldn't sleep, he couldn't sleep. And we both found ourselves in the swimming pool doing lengths. And this was some years ago. And I thought, this is somewhere I never imagined I would be, you know. For a start, I was at Houston Quilt Festival, which I never thought I'd be at. I was in a swimming pool at 5 a.m. with Kaffe Fassett swimming lengths. And we were sort of nodding and chatting as we sort of passed each other. He's a much better swimmer than me, by the way. That's rather lovely, isn't it? I think Kaffe swims every day. He's a very keen swimmer. There's Brandon on his little tractor. Yeah. Ooh, that's yummy. In the woods. Oh, you see, this feels a bit more familiar. Rusty tractor. Oh, that's lovely. I like that. You see, because I'm not seeing goats, I'm thinking, no, this isn't a farm. Where are the goats? Where are all the nosy sheep? Coming for a little snout round to see what we're doing. So many inspiring patterns. Gorgeous. Right. Don't forget, if you love the Rainbow Slide Quilt, brand new on Sewing Street today from Kaffe Fassett, you're making £110 saving. You also got the access up to 5 split pays, making your payment today at $53.99 to get the quilt home before Christmas. Check out your baskets in the break. And after the break, I'm joined by Panto King, Adam Brooks, and we are going to be making the most gorgeous little top. I'll see you after this.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your App Store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
He's here. Oh, no, he isn't. Oh, yes, he is. It's Adam Brooks, King of Punto. Hello, you.
Hello, where have I got this title from?
Well, it's just because you do. That's what you do all year, isn't it?
It is.
Panto? Well,
To be
that's where
fair,
you get
it
it
is.
from.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just saying to you, I feel like a wicked queen at the moment. 'Cause we're coming to the end of the costumes. The shows are out. They're all looking fabulous. And yeah, I'm just there absolutely exhausted. But
You've
no,
had
it's been
enough
good
now,
fun.
haven't you?
Yeah.
You're just ready for a blankie and a big mug of Ovaltine.
Oh, absolutely, always.
But Adam Brooks is here, which means dressmaking galore. Fabulously skillful demonstrator, just wonderful. Looking forward to this show. Now, our focus is the chalk and notch Aria top. This is so cute, Adam.
I love it. And do you know what? If you're somebody that's just getting into your dressmaking journey particularly, this is a lovely sew. Really nice to put together, and it's not overly complicated. And sometimes when you've had a panto season like me and you just want to have a simpler sew, this is perfect.
Yep.
Looks really flattering as well with the sleeves. We were saying that this morning, weren't we?
Yeah. Easy to sew, easy to wear, easy to cut out. I mean, all of those things. And also, imagine making a few of those in different colours, throwing them in your luggage for a little cheeky weekend away or a little week in the sun.
Oh, that's on the menu, definitely.
You look like you've been in the sun. Look how tanned you are.
Stop it now. Stop it. Listen,
Look at your hand.
it's completely cosmetic. For those that don't know, I've had a fabulous weekend of dancing for a charity
did.
event called Strictly Christmas. And me and my partner, who'd never danced before, she hadn't done a step 8 weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah, in the 3 shows, she got to the final, and she came 3rd on the final night. And
Tell us how much money you raised for charity.
yeah, £222,518 for Zoe's Place Baby Hospice in Coventry. So thank you to anybody that's supported. Thank you to Rachel, my dance partner. She's watching this morning.
Oh,
yeah.
mate, it's absolutely mind-blowing. Well done. What an achievement.
Thank you.
£220,000.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Absolutely
It's really going to
incredible.
make a difference.
Well done, well done. And you look fabulous.
Thank you. With me fake tan. Ignore my hands.
Right, the chalk and notch pattern. This is the Aria top. There are 3 different views for this pattern. So you can have the gathered bottom, the ungathered bottom, more or less gathered arms as well, right? The
Yeah,
sleeves.
absolutely.
You've also got this lovely square-backed version, which I think is rather flattering. And you've also got one with a neck facing, one without.
Yeah, so you can choose which version you do. There's one with a bias bindiness facing,
Lovely.
which is what I'll show today.
Great. I mean, it is lovely, easy to sew, easy to wear, a great beginner's pattern. Now, one pattern, one size is going to fit most. It goes from sizes 0 to 30. So this is an American pattern. If you're picking your size based on your UK dress size, if you're a UK 18, then you need the size 16 from the pattern. The American sizes are one size lower. However, Adam, what would your advice be in terms of getting the size right?
So to get the size right, and I like these patterns because they've got lots of detail. In your little instruction booklet, you have got the finished garment measurements as well as the body measurements for each size as well. It goes into detail about bust sizing as well, which is great. And in the pattern, they have actually included some different bust cup sizes. Now for this pattern it's loose fitting, so it's not necessarily much of an issue, but there is an AB cup version and a CD cup version as well.
Cool.
So you know the effort's been put in to make sure the pattern's drafted well. And yeah, look at your measurements, so measure yourself accurately and go by the measurements in the pattern, because every brand's different.
Yeah, don't necessarily go for your UK dress size.
Yeah, because even on the high street, you know, you might be a 12 in one shop and a 14 in another,
Yeah,
you know. It's not
absolutely.
consistent because everybody has their own sizing.
And the other great thing, I suppose, about making your own is if you like more ease, if you like a more generously cut outfit, or you like something that's more form-fitting, you're going for the actual measurements there, aren't you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Jane's got in touch from West Sussex. She says, morning, fellas. I love it. Lovely to see Adam back doing a demo. What a versatile top that is. Love it. It is versatile. What sort of fabrics could we use?
So pretty much any woven fabrics. I think lighter fabrics are probably going to drape more and probably hang closer to the body. The heavier weight the fabric is, the more of that bubble effect you're going to get.
Yeah.
Could
I do this in a micro sequin?
Do you know what? You have read my mind, because when I was making this, I was thinking, do you know what? There's not a lot of seams in this. So a New Year's Christmassy type top.
Hello, love that version.
It's lovely.
Sorry,
with the
Adam,
back.
but wow.
Yeah, it is lovely with that back. But yeah, if you could do it in a sequin for
Couldn't
a lovely
you?
New Year top or
Like
Christmas
black
top.
micro sequin or gold micro sequin.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, very
Maybe not as your
versatile.
first go. If you're an absolute beginner dressmaker, sequins can be difficult to sew with, but this would be the ideal pattern for that because the seams are not many, so, and that's what you want for sequin fabric.
By the way, we've had someone get in touch in Facebook to say, you're the best dance partner ever. I'm here.
Oh.
It's Rachel.
It's Rachel Moore. Oh, she was amazing, honestly.
Oh,
Pleasure.
well done, Rachel, to you as well. What an achievement. Right, let's do some fabrics. So 2 meters of fabric is enough to make the largest size, okay? Now I've got one here. It's almost like a sort of blue waffle, but actually I think this is a double gauze, am I right?
Yeah, it's double gauze.
Yeah, but
Lovely
it's got
fabric.
that sort of slightly crinkly look to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, which I love because it eliminates ironing, really.
It's gorgeous. It's
Washed as well.
absolutely gorgeous. I'm just going to open this out so you can see the whole, this feels buttery soft.
It's lovely, lovely against the skin.
Absolutely. Look at that. Just luscious. Look at the price as well, $17.99. Remember, that is to make the largest size.
Yep, that's it.
Is this an easy to sew fabric?
Yeah, if you've not sewn with it before, then as always, with any fabric, I suggest putting it under your machine just to give it a little bit of a test. But yeah, with this pattern especially, it's perfect.
I just love that. Slightly crinkly. It's not as crinkly as a seersucker. It's not as uniform as a waffle, but it has got that gorgeous texture, which is what makes me think of holiday wear.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Very nice. I think actually 2 meters of double gauze for $17.99. Just stash it. Stash it. Great. Burnt orange. This is a me colour. This is such a me colour. What have we called it? Oh, terracotta, yes. Is that a you colour?
Yeah, I do actually like that colour. I'm not sure whether... Would I wear that colour? I'm more the denim blue, the petrol-y type blue you've just done. He's got a toga on, look at him.
I love that colour. I think it's beautiful. Again, it's that sort of, if you're kind of an autumny person like me, dark and moody, it is just a gorgeous shade, isn't it? And again, lovely for your holidays, lovely just a sort of nice flattering colour.
Yeah, love it.
Again, 2 meters for $17.99. This is your double gauze. I've never sewn with it, Adam. I'd love to.
Oh, it's easy. It's very forgiving as well, you know. If it's not the type of fabric you want to use for something that needs really clean, sharp seams.
Right.
Which, again, this is why this pattern's perfect, because it's that bubble effect. There's very minimal seams.
Yeah.
Honestly, easy.
Such a good sew. Oh, if only they could have asked me to make that on the sewing bee. This is the grey, silver grey. This is the double gauze silver grey. We've called it dark grey.
Not dark
in a way
grey.
that only we can. This is a lovely light silver, isn't it? It's gorgeous. Yeah, really beautiful. Kath's got in touch. She says, "Morning, Stuart and Adam. Love your jumpers."
Yay!
Yeah, I love yours.
It's the season to be jolly. Yours is very jolly. I like yours. It goes well. I said to you this morning, doing the Rainbow Slide Quilt, and you've got a rainbow Christmas tree.
Honestly, Adam, it's like I plan these things. There's the gorgeous silver. Dark grey, if you like. 2 meters, enough to make the largest size. What other sort of garments might you make with a double gauze?
So I've done tops, dresses.
Harem pants?
Yeah, absolutely. Because it's got that airy type of quality. I haven't personally made any harem pants from it, but
No.
yeah.
Oh, I love this baby pink. That's really cute. That's really cute. And really would give the top a different look, completely different look, wouldn't it? All of these fabric bundles are quite limited in numbers, by the way. Just be aware of that. And at $17.99 for a 2 meter piece, this is not going to hang about for very long. That's the baby pink, very pretty. Now then, let's have a look at should we do some of the florals? I've got 2 really pretty florals. I'll show you them both side by side. Rather lovely. Now, let's do this one first. This is almost like a linen texture type. It's a linen cotton and digitally printed. Oh, now that's got a sort of structured drape. Come and have a little feel of this.
See, I think this would be nice again with this top because, yeah. So that's going to keep that bubble a lot more in the sleeves especially. That's nice.
So slightly more structured look.
Yeah, which is nice.
Pretty, very pretty. Again, brilliant price, $22.99 for a 2-metre bundle, enough to make the largest size of the Aria top.
I love the oranges in this.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Again, it's very holiday, isn't it? All I can think about now is spring, summer.
I know, get us there.
It's true, it's true. I've already got like potted hyacinths in the house. I'm ready for spring. Now our other floral, again, got a gorgeous kind of summery look. Oh, he's off.
It's nothing you said.
Now this is almost sort of a bit wedding-y, I think. And you know, I think the Aria top, in the right fabric, could be dressy.
Well, you put it in a micro satin that we've sold on the show before, and instantly then you've got that lustre, that sheen, it kind of elevates it then for a more evening type outfit.
Yep.
If you wanted it for workwear, you know, and wanted it, you know, a nice workwear top as a staple, it could be. It's really versatile.
It is very versatile pattern. Okay, that's that gorgeous floral. Now I've also got some printed chambrays, denims, light denims, 2 medium blues, 2 dark blues. These are always so popular. I'm going to start with the dark. These would be my go-tos. Let's start with this one, the floral. That is a bit of me. That's gorgeous. Ooh. Now, honestly, for $22.99 for 2 meters, that is fantastic, isn't it?
What kind of, I'm coming back in. What kind of weight is that? Oh, yeah. That feels a little bit heavier than the usual, what we call 4 ounce.
Yes.
Doesn't it?
Yes, it is. It would be quite a structured make, but still, it would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit of stretch in there as well. Is that going to be okay?
That'll be absolutely fine. No problem. No problem at all.
Fab. Oh, the colour's gorgeous.
I love dark, rich denim
Me
blues.
too. Me too.
Very
Yummy.
nice.
Okay, that's a 2-meter bundle. The other dark denim that I've got, see, you're back now. You saw gorgeous fabric.
I know.
And you came whizzing over.
Aren't we all the same?
Absolutely. This is the rose prints. We're all lovely people. We're all lovely people.
Lovely, lovely people.
That is
Lovely
gorgeous, isn't
fabric.
it? That'd be nice for a jacket.
Wouldn't it just?
Don't forget, you don't have to make the Aria top with these fabrics. You can buy them and stash them. Would this make capri pants?
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
They'd be nice.
They would be in that. And
Wouldn't
because it's
they?
got that slight give as well.
Yeah.
It'd be nice for a trouser.
Very nice. 2 meters be enough for quite a reasonable size range.
Yeah, I would imagine
Short.
with a cropped capri.
A cropped capri.
A cropped capri. Oh. Do you know what? I love capri. Have you ever been?
No.
Oh.
No, Deputy Joan went.
Yeah.
She went to Capri and Pompeii. And
Yes.
Herculaneum.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Living the dream. We've got the light printed denims as well. Pretty floral. Now, this is that light
Yes.
chambray. This is a shirting weight. This is going to give you lovely drape. Very soft, isn't it?
Yeah, we
that
like
would be
that.
absolutely perfect.
Yeah. And we work with this a lot, don't we? But I love it with the ditzy floral print.
It's pretty. It's gorgeous. Patricia's asked a question that you can answer, Adam. She
Okay.
says, "Morning, you two handsome boys."
Ooh.
Thank you. Would the 2 meters of fabric be enough to make trousers for a 4'11", size 18 older woman? Well, nothing to do with your age, my darling. But would it do a 4'11" trouser, size 18, 2 meters?
I'm going to be honest, it's really hard to answer because it depends what pattern you're using, how wide you're going with the legs exactly, and what features you're adding. Does the trouser have pockets? You know, how elaborate is the waistband? And if it's a directional print, you need to be careful of that as well. So as it's Christmas, I'd just be safe and buy 2 bundles and that should be enough.
Well, do you know what? I think especially if it was something like this at $14.99 for 2 meters, yeah, get 2.
Yeah.
Because it's the kind of thing you could use in so many different patterns, isn't it?
Yeah, we use this all the time with a lot of our patterns and so
We do.
don't
It's
we? So-
lovely. Right, next one. Again, it's that lovely mid-blue, slatey, shirting weight. Again, absolutely gorgeous. And look at the price, $14.99. So good. Again, this has a little bit of stretch. Not a huge amount, just a little bit of ease.
Yeah.
Very nice. And then my last 4 options are in enzyme washed linen. So we've got 2 greys, a pink and a red. Please may we start with the red. So 2 meters, absolutely gorgeous. That's rather lovely, isn't it?
I love this. This is so classy. It's my favourite colour, I think, in this range.
Me too. Yeah, it's lovely. $24.99 for 2 meters of the dark red washed linen fabric. It's got a lovely drape, lovely soft handle. If you're used to linens that are a bit sort of crispy, this is a world away. It's so soft and drapey. It's gorgeous. So that's the dark red. We've also got the pink. It's really lovely, soft rose. And the thing I love about linen, Adam, is that linen has such a beautiful reflective quality. So it brings light to your complexion.
Yeah.
And I think particularly in the winter where we're all feeling, I know I am, the skin's feeling a bit drab, everything's feeling a bit toned down, that just adding that light from linen really does help to brighten you.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Need all the help I can get, Adam.
No, you don't.
Silver grey? Bless you.
Are you talking about me or the fabric? It's my hair.
Silver grey, silver grey, and terracotta.
Stop it now.
I
Brilliant.
thought you'd been playing in a sandpit. today.
Listen, it was all for charity
I
and
know,
part
it's
of the
amazing.
experience. I'm still finding sequins all over my house now. Mind you, I'm sewing with them all year as well.
It's nothing to do with dancing.
No.
I bet you sweat glitter, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And there's our charcoal grey. There's our darkest grey, which again is just a brilliant sort of, you know, great classy colour, great everyday colour. That would actually be really nice for a going out top as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely deep pewter. Amazing. Right, let's crack on.
Are we
What
doing
can
a
you show
demo?
us?
Let's show us how to make as much of the top as possible.
Love that.
Because
Love that. Got half an hour. Go.
Go. So when I say the cutting out on this is easy, it is easy. We've got a front and a back. Now, it depends which version you're going for, because you have got the version with the nice square neckline at the back as well, which is a lovely option, I think, for summer, and it's got some little ties that you can make as well. But it's basically a front and back cut on fold. You've got some facings in there as well. All I'd say is just watch when you're cutting your pattern. As you can see on this front piece here, do you remember I was saying about the different cup sizes? This is 1A/B, so this is for a cup AB, but there's also a piece for a cup CD as well.
Got you.
So there's bust markings on there for reference, but you don't really need them. And there's no darts in it at all because of the style.
Yeah, no fastenings to worry about, no zips.
Exactly.
Great.
Which, you know, sometimes is refreshing. Do you know what? As I was making it, I thought, do you know what? It's a quick present for my mum or my sister or somebody.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or looking around in my stash thinking I could make them a nice top for Christmas. Anyway.
Well, don't forget you're going to get these patterns and fabrics delivered before Christmas. So if you're thinking, yes, Christmas Day, that would be comfortable, stylish, glamorous to wear all day, you've got time. You've got time. In the red washed linen.
Yes.
Christmas Day.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, it was funny you said about micro sequin, because as I was making it, I thought this would really work. So with sequin fabrics, really, you're wanting to be picking patterns that have got as minimal seams as possible, because really to sew sequin, you should be removing the sequins from the seam allowance.
Yes.
And obviously, the more seams you've got, the more of the removing of the sequins you've got to do. And you do get through a few needles when you're sewing sequins.
Yeah, I remember the alarm we all felt on the sewing bee on the final when Lauren Guthrie was making her evening dress and she whipped a hammer out of her bag.
Yeah.
We're like, what are you going to do with that? And then started smashing the beads off the seams because she was using a heavily beaded fabric skirt, or the bodice, I think.
Oh, it makes me laugh at work whenever I have to do that, or banging eyelets in, which I don't have to do now because I have got a green machine.
Woohoo! Welcome to the club.
So cool, isn't it?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
But yes, I remember whenever I've got to do that at work, the lady that does the wigs goes, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, because it frightens the life out of her.
Of course, of course.
She's spraying the life out of a Dame wig with a bit of Elnet or other brands available. And there's me.
Helmet.
All I'm doing here is just pinning the shoulder seams, and then we're going to sew them. So it's nice and simple. You've got shoulder seams, and then your underarm and side seams are all done in one. So again, if you're somebody that's never made anything before, a bit worried about sleeves, then this is an easy one because there's no sleeve seam. The sleeve is grown on.
Yes.
Again, because of the style, it lends itself to that. As I say, the instructions are all nice at the beginning as well, and it even gives you tips in the instructions to alter it. So if you wanted the top longer, it's basically, to cut a long story short, just make it longer, add some paper on the bottom, extend the
Oh, right, you
centre
have
front.
to cut through the middle. Just
No,
extend
not
the
on this
seam.
one, not because there's not really any style lines within the bodice. So yeah, that makes it nice and easy, really.
Oh, great.
So we're just going to sew your seam allowance. So I'm going to do a centimetre seam allowance on this. Underneath, we go back stitching at the beginning and end. And take your pins out as you go as well. Do make sure you pin your seams, especially on the shoulder seams. These are longer than your average shoulder seam, again, because the sleeve's grown on. So don't just think, oh, it's fine, I can just whip it under the machine and go. Because it is cut on a slight angle, it has got that potential to stretch out, and you don't want that to happen.
No, you want the ends matching up nicely.
Absolutely. You were saying that in your quilting this morning.
Yeah.
I was listening to you, you know.
Thank you.
It was a brilliant demo. Yeah, so a centimetre seam allowance here. Underneath we go. And the great thing about the UX8 is if you're using a spongier fabric like the double gauze, you can just pull down the walking foot. So I've just done it there. So that might help with, you know, spongier fabrics or slippier fabrics or layers. We tend to think walking foot thick fabrics, but actually it can really help with some of your thinner fabrics as well. It just gives you a little bit of feed from the top as well as the bottom.
Now, Adam, you have the UX8. I have a UX8 as well. Tell everyone why you love it. Oh, it's a fabulous machine. I would call it a semi-industrial. It's got some semi-industrial features, hasn't it?
It has really, because of the feed on the feed dogs. It's not an elliptical feed like most basic sewing machines. It's a square feed, which means it can cope with heavier fabrics and layers of fabrics and stuff. The fact that you can just pull down the walking foot on it. I know there are other machines that have that capability, but it's just a godsend, especially when you're having to make things like I do for work quite quickly.
Absolutely.
The ability to swap the stitch plate out is great, so I can turn it from a straight stitch machine to give me that industrial feel.
Yeah, it's got that HP plate, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I love that, especially for sewing things like chiffon, micro satins, and things like that. It's quite an intuitive machine because it's got a screen on the front, and it's easy to use, and it feels more modern day because we're all used to phones and iPads now. That screen that you can see on the far hand side of the machine.
Well, this is it. You can do all things like changing the width and length of stitch. You drag it, and you can see the stitch length and width increase, can't you?
Yeah, it's very visual. Yeah, so on a zigzag, as you increase the zigzag, the illustration increases as well, which I like. It does the same with the tension. So you'll see interlocking stitches, and then they'll alter visually. This is not very good, but visually you can see where your bobbin stitches and where your top stitches. Yeah, it's absolutely fabulous. The foot functions you can change and personalise to what you want. So, for instance, I've got it set at the moment because there's 2 pedals: the main pedal and then the secondary pedal. And the secondary pedal for me is set to back stitch, and then I've got the other settings to lift the foot and trim the threads all in one go.
Exactly.
So
it's these things, you know, if you want to really treat yourself this Christmas, they are, it's just an amazing machine. A lot of us know Juki from industrial sewing machines. You know, they really just sort of supply the world with industrial sewing machines. But over the last 10, maybe 15 years, Juki really have brought this amazing technology to home sewers. And, you know, if you're really serious about your dressmaking, patchwork, obviously I use mine for patchwork and quilting. You're going to use yours for every kind of dressmaking you can imagine. It does it all. It absolutely does it all. And you have those metal feet as well, don't you?
Yeah, so you swap those out with the stitch plate. That's the feed dog, sorry, but yeah, the metal feet. And the aftercare as well is brilliant. Obviously, we all know of Gary and George from Franklin's and Juki, and they come on the show often. So helpful. They're just great, and they're developing with Juki a lot of stuff a lot of the time. They came up with a compensating foot last year, which I have, and it's amazing because it means that I can do things like flat felled seams really neatly without going into it too much. But we might touch on flat felled seams in the second hour with the book.
Yes, the fabulous launch of a brand new book. It's a fabulous price. You'll get it in time for Christmas. Really, really gorgeous and exclusive here at Sewing Street.
We love an exclusive. Just while I remember, I've got to say a real happy birthday, if that's okay, to one of my fans and friends. I've seen her at loads of shows, and I work with her son. So a big happy birthday to Helen Wing today. I hope you're having a fabulous day.
Happy birthday, Helen.
She won't message in because she's too shy, but I thought I'll say it on air. So I hope you're having a lovely day, Helen. And it's always lovely to see you at all the different shows and things that we've been at.
Oh, that's lovely.
It was my nephew's birthday as well.
Oh,
yesterday.
What's your nephew called?
He's called Logan. So
happy birthday, Logan.
For yesterday. And everybody's birthday for me tends to be in December.
Yeah.
I've got a niece who was 1 a couple of weeks ago. Her party was lovely. She had it all Beatrix Potter themed.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, really cute.
Mrs. Diggy Winkle.
Yeah.
Character.
I love that, and I can't wait till I can start making her like princess outfits.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fun.
I'm just doing the underarm seams now, and to be honest, this comes together so quickly. As I say, because there are minimal seams.
So you're just working the other side seam now, so it's the sleeve and the side seam all in one.
Absolutely.
Love that good practice there. I hope you see this at home. Taking out the pins before you get to them.
Yeah,
don't sew over your pins.
And do you know what as well? I love these magnetic dishes. We must have them, I would imagine, at some point. But it's so easy because if you drop them, I'm always dropping pins. You just get your magnet. And
I know, it's great.
Okay, so that's done there now. You might find that you want to, because this is a curve, snip some ease into there.
Okay.
And then overlock it. I didn't find you had to, especially with the double gauze, because there's so much flexibility in the fabric. But yeah, overlocker on here is going to be the neatest way to finish. If you haven't got an overlocker, then you could zigzag, overcast, or again, might get a chance to show you this in the second hour with the book, French seam.
Oh, yeah.
You could do that. I might touch on those seams later on, different finishes. But as a beginner, you're probably going to want to keep it nice and simple and then zigzag over or pink and shears overcast or whatever. Or treat yourself this Christmas to an overlocker.
Oh, yes,
I love
absolutely.
an overlocker.
Well, we've got Britannia overlockers on with George very, very soon, actually. After
That's
Christmas,
fab.
though, right? After Christmas? Yeah. Yeah. We'll just check the schedule. So that's both seams done?
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
Monday the 23rd of December,
Oh.
George will be on with Britannia overlockers.
Oh, that's good then.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So you might want to be honest, with the shoulder seams, I'd be pressing them towards the back if I've overlocked them together. So we've overlocked them together. You'll have a pressing board at home, or your ironing board, which will make this easier. I'm often to just double it over on itself for a second.
Would you like a ham?
Have we got one?
We can get you a ham.
That'd be
I've got
lovely.
a ham in the very next show, or in
Oh.
fact in your next show.
Oh, that's
I'll grab
good
you the
then.
ham.
Yeah, that'd be great. Just
Ham for Adam. I'm actually cooking a ham on Friday.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Do you know I love a ham at Christmas time?
We're hosting a very merry murder
Oh,
At
that
ours.
sounds good.
at ours. Thank you. And there will be
Thank you.
dastardly and Christmas themed shenanigans going on.
That
Someone
sounds
crushed
great.
Someone crushed under the weight of a massive Christmas pudding, perhaps. Or a Christmas tree toppled on top of them.
I love a murder mystery type thing.
Too.
Do you know what? I love murder mystery series on TV and stuff. I don't watch much TV, but I do love a good murder mystery drama. Okay, so you'd have pressed all your seams nicely. Now, let's just talk about the neckline finish, because you've got options here. And I thought I'd show us the second option, because we do a lot of the first option on a lot, and I've demoed it lots before. So there's facings there, and if you're to use the facings, then you'll cut them out, you'll interface them as well. So you will need some of your interfacing, and you'll sew them at the shoulder seams, and then it'll be sewn, understitched, and then probably stitched in the ditch at the shoulder seams to keep it in place.
Oh, lovely.
But what I'm going to show you today is how to use bias binding as a facing, basically.
Oh, nice.
Which
I like that.
Which, is a simple way. And I've actually made my own bias binding, if I can find it. Yeah, in here.
So we're not talking about a bound edge where you can see the binding
No.
on the right side.
No.
We're actually using binding to create a facing. Love that.
Absolutely.
Great.
Now, can you believe I did this as a demo? I think at Festival of Quilts in the summer. This is all made from a fat quarter. This
Oh,
bias
wow,
binding.
really? You get a lot from a
You
fat
do.
quarter.
You really do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start from the shoulder seam, and I'm actually going to sew to the right side. If I was bringing the binding to the right side in dressmaking, then I'd probably be going wrong side first. And that would be so I've got control of the stitching, because I'd probably machine stitch it in dressmaking. However, because I'm using it as a facing, I'm going to sew it to the right side, as I would a facing.
Yes.
But I'm also going to want to join it. So I've just got a length of this bias here. Let's keep it inside out. And I'm going to start from the shoulder seam at the back.
Yeah.
I'm just going to work my way around, being careful not to stretch it out, but I'm going to leave a bit of a tail because I want to do a bit of an invisible join if possible. So underneath we go. Wonderful. Now there is a pattern piece for this. If you want to get it bang on, there's a pattern piece within the instructions. So you don't even have to think about how long your bias binding has to be.
Oh, okay.
it's patterned out for you, but I'm just taking a length of this and working my way around the neckline, being careful not to stretch out. So to the right side, and I'm just matching up my raw edges of the garment and the binding.
So you've opened the binding out, you're just sewing along. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we just sew all the way around. It is nice as well if you can kind of get your seams lying in the same direction on both sides. So it tends to be, if I've pressed my shoulder seams to the back, we want to keep them to the back, if that makes sense. The more dressmaking you do, the more you get conscious about making everything symmetrical and perfect. And it's a bit like when you're quilting, really, nesting your seams. You want them to be all going the right way. It's the same in dressmaking.
Yeah.
It's the same principle.
Yes.
Okay, so we're sewing along that. But yeah, I mean, you could, I've made this bias binding from a fat quarter. You could make your own too, and it could be a nice little designer finish on the inside if that's what you want.
A little bit of liberty, a little bit of Tana lawn.
Absolutely. Always that thing of like, I know I've Googled it loads. What can I make from a fat quarter?
Oh, yeah.
You can get loads of bias binding from it.
You certainly can. You certainly can. It is one of those lovely designer, very special touches, isn't it? Actually, just like bound seams as well. They just look beautiful.
Oh, I love bound seams.
Could you bind the seams on this top?
Yeah, you absolutely could if you wanted to. You might just have to be careful of the thickness of your binding.
Yes. But if you use something like a lawn, like a Tana lawn,
then it'd be quite nice. Which is that's always a nice alternative. If I couldn't overlock, then for me it'd be French seam or bound seam. For me, I think the neater the finish, the better. I tend to use my pinking shears to kind of remove bulk and anything that's lined. I'll go over it with a pinking shears. Right, so what I'm doing is I'm coming up now to where I started, where I'd left a bit of a tail, and I'm just going to fold that beginning bit back. It might be a bit difficult to see. And I'm going to match now this bit up, but I'm going to stop sewing where I started. Up we go.
So you folded the start back a few inches, understood.
And then I'm just going to back stitch there. Because I could just fold it over, which would be cool, but I prefer to do it this way. So if you can see with the bias binding, I've come up a bit short. That doesn't matter. You'll get closer than that.
Just watch your head and then we can, that's perfect.
Life.
Thank you.
So what I'm doing is I'm just sewing right up to where I started.
Yep.
So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip the end bit piece over. So that's running vertically.
Yeah.
And then the piece where I left the tail where I started, I'm going to move that so it's horizontal at 90 degrees and place that out there. And I'm just going to put a pin in that because what I want to do is sew at 45 degrees. It's hard to, get a pin in it and then I'll show you where I mean. Well, that's holding it now. So I'm going to keep it at 45 degrees. It's a cross, basically, that I've created, if you want to think of it that way. I'm just going to sew now at 45 degrees there, and that'll join the bias for.
Yes.
It's a much neater finish.
I think that's a lovely way to join the ends.
You probably do it in quilting a lot, do you? I don't know.
Yeah, for things like joining binding fabric, or if you want to sort of more discreetly join two fabrics together, maybe for a border.
Yes, yes.
It distributes the bulk, it distributes the seam so you can't really see it as much. Christine's got in touch. She says, morning, gorgeous boys. Stuart Hillard and Adam Brooks.
Oh, she's lovely.
Morning, Christine. How are you doing? Are you ready for Christmas? Are you ready for Christmas, Adam?
I'm not. Do you know what? I've been a bit better this year. I've been buying gifts as I kind of go through the year and as I see it. So I've got a few bits and bobs, but yeah, I've not sorted out what we're doing Christmas Day though yet.
Oh, really? Okay.
We're kind of going with the flow this year.
What are the options?
not a lot really. I'm saying that.
Can't you just do PJs and Christmas telly?
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to end up doing because just want a chilled one after a busy year.
Yeah.
Last year we went down to London with the dogs and that was lovely. Yeah, and we've decided as a family now we're going to do Christmas Day, Boxing Day, because everybody tries to rush around on Christmas Day to try and get to see everybody, and it can just be a little bit too much. So for us, it's Boxing Day round my mum's, and I think she's doing a ham or a gammon or something. So yeah, that'll be nice.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
I might be doing mine in the slow cooker. I've recently converted to the slow cooker, and I'm loving it.
Yeah,
Lots of lovely
cooker's
recipes
great.
from viewers.
I'm just going to trim now along that 45-degree angle. So I'll be cutting my bias binding off there now. And what that'll do, once I flip that over, look, you'll be able to see, is it just gives you
Lovely.
a nice finish.
Lovely.
So you've not got any overlapping to do or anything like that. And I've hid that bit in the shoulder seam. Okay, so now what we're going to do is understitch like we would any other facing. So again, I'll start there. I'm keeping the seam allowance and the bias all to one side, and I'm going to sew through all of those layers. And what that's going to do is just make sure that that keeps the bias binding on the inside. There we go, round we go.
Oh, Adam, I should just mention, we've had a message come through for you to say there's always a couple of seats at our table, Adam. And that's from Rachel.
Oh,
Your
bless her.
partner.
Oh, bless her.
There you
Do you know what? It's such a magical experience, you know. I remember when I did it as a contestant last year, and everybody kept saying, you'll have the Strictly Blues, and, you know, everybody stays friends forever. And I'm not going to lie, I was a bit sceptical. I was a bit like, yeah, right, OK, let's see what this is all about. Anyway, so enjoyed it. And you're on that much of a high. The Sunday, when you've got no show to do at all, it's like, oh, what do I do with myself now? We've done all of this practicing and training. And genuinely, I've made some really fabulous friends. But I've kept up my dance lessons all year, you see, which I've loved.
Oh, fantastic.
Absolutely.
What's your favourite ballroom dance?
For me, I love the foxtrot. It's not the easiest ballroom dance to dance, but I think it just has such an air of sophistication, and I really like the music you can dance.
Hollywood glamour, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And what about your favourite Latin?
And my favourite Latin dance has to be the jive.
Oh, okay, cool.
Everybody
very
says
fast,
that. Yeah,
very
I
fast.
love it. It's very, very bouncy, but not like bouncy up. It's very into the ground bouncy.
Yes.
I think
all about that retraction, isn't it?
Oh, you know, he's been watching, he's been listening to Shirley Palace. Yeah. Did you watch the final?
No, do you know, I didn't watch Strictly at all this year. Normally, I am glued to it. This year, I don't know why, but Charlie and I decided to watch the entire 27 series of Silent Witness. So, honestly. So, literally, we've watched nothing else all year. We've just watched Silent Witness. We've finally finished it, thank goodness.
My word. Right, what you're going to then want to do with this neckline is give it a bit of a press, but then all I'm going to do now is turn this onto the inside. You might want to as well, again, depending on your fabric, is maybe notch into the curve so it sits nice and flat. But basically now I'm turning it in completely on itself, and this is where if you've used bias binding before in a more traditional sense, it might confuse you. You turn it all the way in so it's not seen from the right side.
Yes, I've shown a couple of times on air. I should do it again. You can do the same with a quilt binding. So where normally you can see binding on the front and the back, you can actually sew the binding to the front of the quilt and then pull the whole binding to the back and do a faced binding on a quilt. So some quilts you just don't want a binding round the edge. It's already finished. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly, yeah. It's good to be able to have that flexibility, which is, of course, what sewing's all about.
Oh, Kath, don't say that. Kath's just messaged in. She says, I love Silent Witness. There's a new series starting. No, no, I want to watch something else. Oh, and Susan says, morning, boys. Oh, I knew this would spark. So she says, I cook my ham in the slow cooker in Pepsi. Other soft drinks are available. In the
I heard
Philippines, they
that.
use a lot of 7-Up.
I know.
A lot of 7-Up for marinades and cooking liquid.
Yeah.
Have you been there?
I've not, but my uncle used to work in Dubai a long time ago, and I visited when I was 7, and he had housekeepers, and they were absolutely fantastic. And I remember her making crab marinated in 7-Up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chicken, cooking chicken, but marinate it in 7-Up prior to, almost like brining. Gorgeous. Vian's message, she says, morning, Stuart and Adam. You're both looking very festive.
Whee!
Doing our best.
Right, so I've just done a little bit of that, and then with a press, but do you see, that's the back neck, that now the binding is on the inside of the garment, and you can't see it from the right side, and it gives a really neat finish, and it's exactly the same as we've done on
And how does it look from the front? Can you just tuck the, oh, that's the back, sorry. It was just the, lovely. And again, on the back, you don't see the binding at all. It's all inside.
And I actually quite like that because it's like a narrow facing, really. Facing pieces can be a bit bigger and whatnot. It's just an alternative way to do it. I just wanted to speak quickly about the elastic, even if I don't get to show it.
Yes, please.
And that's basically, it's all explained in the instructions, but you'll turn it up by about 1 centimetre, and then you'll probably turn it up again by another 3 centimetres. The instructions are really clear. And then you basically leave an opening but make a channel, so then you can thread your elastic through with a safety pin or whatever. Now you've got 2 options. You can do the channel quite far up like we've done on this one, so you've got that bit of a ruffle, or you can have the elastic right on the edge of the hem. So that is a design decision up to you.
Yeah.
And the thing I love as well, there's no thinking about how much elastic you need to cut for the arms and sleeves, because there's a big table in here, elastic cut chart, and it tells you for the 2 sleeves and the waistline.
Yeah, you know, chalk and notch patterns are really detailed, aren't they? If you're a beginner or you need a hand to hold, maybe this is a first dressmaking project, they really are terrific patterns, you know, that everything is very, very well explained and nothing's assumed, which I think is important.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Cool. Now, don't forget the pattern. Let's give you the details. It's the Aria top. Sizes 0 to 30, those are American sizes. So a UK 2 to a 32, so a really good range of sizes there. You've also got 3 different views for the top. It is a lovely, easy to sew, easy to wear, easy to travel with top. I think it's a great travel top, and just very, very versatile. You can wear it very, very casual. You could also make it super dressy in micro sequin, or a lovely satin would be beautiful, or silk.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, because it's such, you know, it's just a front and a back. If you found something like a glorious piece of embroidered silk with a fabulous kind of design across you, I mean, you're really not going to lose anything in the seams, are you?
No, you won't. And again, a nice project to kind of challenge more experience. If you're kind of like an intermediate dressmaker and you want to step to the next level, sewing different fabrics like satins and sequins and things, this is a perfect pattern to do it with, because you're focusing on the way the fabric behaves, and you've not got loads of seams to contend with.
Love that. More recipe ideas for gammon. Keep them coming. Yeah. We cook our Christmas gammon in Fanta orange. Oh, it's getting ridiculous now. No, I'm kidding. In Fanta orange in the slow cooker, and then finish off with honey and brown sugar in the oven. Pam, I am very, very tempted by that idea. Do you cook it on high or on low on the slow cooker, and how many hours, please? Patricia says, morning again. Stuart, I cook my gammon in the slow cooker in mulled wine and star anise. Then I roast it with honey and cloves for the final finish. Went down well.
I bet it did as well. That's gorgeous.
Rosemary's got in touch. She says, morning, Stuart and Adam. I've already cooked 1 gammon, 2 more to go, 1 for my sisters on Sunday, and I'm cooking that in the oven. Oh.
This is making me so hungry, you know.
I love roast gammon. Let's get it back to sewing, Karen. She says, my UX8 is the best thing I ever bought. I bet you would agree with that too, Adam.
Yeah, absolutely.
Interest-free split pays made it possible. I'd recommend getting it. You will never regret it. Happy Christmas. Karen, lots of love and happy Christmas to you. Let's put the details for the Juki UX8. Now, yes, it's £3,795, but with 5 split pays, we can bring that price right down. Remember, split pay works like this. You choose it at checkout. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to ring customer services. You don't have to do anything apart from tick a box to say, yes, I'd like it. And you get it. £759 today is your first split pay. You don't have to wait until you've paid them all. You'll get that machine in 3 to 5 working days in time to get under the Christmas tree on Christmas Eve.
Oh, I mean, what a gift for that would be for yourself.
We've both got this machine and it's a dream. It's an absolute
Do you know what? It's
dream.
one of those that I kind of say, it is a considered purchase, a massive considered purchase. But ask yourself how much you sew, you know, and if you're somebody that's sewing quite a bit and it's something you take pleasure from, then why not go for it? I say it's hard with the money aspect, I understand that. But look at it this way, it's an investment. You could buy, you know, lots of different budget machines and keep changing them every other year because they're not doing what you want them to do, etc.
Exactly.
But yeah, I would not be without mine. It's heavy as well, which for me, first thing I do with a sewing machine is lift it. And if it's got some weight behind it, I'm like, it's
a good start, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. True, I mean, my last sewing machine, I used every single day for 10 years. When you work out the per day cost of that machine, it's pence. And the pleasure that they bring to all of us and the joy and the professional results you'll get too. I rather hate that, a bad workman blames their tools because it disguises the reality that good tools actually make us all look better than we might be.
Absolutely.
Don't they?
No, you're right. Sewing machine, and like I was saying with my green machine earlier on, it makes life so much easier and it gives more of a professional finish.
It does, it does. I've said this many times. The hardest thing on the sewing bee was having to make clothes on a real budget machine.
Yeah.
They were real budget machines, which is brilliant for encouraging lots of people to give it a go. But actually, the reality is that even if you're a really experienced sewer, if you haven't got the sort of level of machine you're used to, it's hard to produce the same results, isn't it?
Let me tell you this, mine was a budget machine when I started because I dipped in and out of sewing for such a long time. I still have that machine and I take it with me to theatres if I quickly need to do a quick repair or whatever. But I tell you what, I detest using it now. But it was a great introduction to sewing for me. It did what I needed to do at the time, but it just doesn't hold up to,
The UX8.
The UX8.
Just say it, Adam. Yeah, it's true. It's true. We love the fact that we're able to offer a really wide range of machines, and we do have some very, very affordable machines that offer incredible versatility. 12 o'clock, just say it.
I'm gonna.
But this is an incredible machine. It will make you feel like a professional. It really will. It really will. Where are you at, Adam?
So that's the neckline and I've just gave it a press. So yeah, there we go.
Gorgeous. Looks absolutely beautiful in that pink enzyme wash linen. Thank you, Adam.
Thanks.
You're
I'm
always a
looking
joy.
forward to the next one with the book.
Oh, I know.
That's going to be exciting.
Super excited. It's absolutely flying on pre-order. Can I say the price now? It's $9.99. It's a Secret Santa price. Grab it in the break. I'll see you after this with some tools.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Enough? More than enough, says everyone. Now, sorry for that rather long break, but Levi went and blew all the electrics up. Levi, honestly. Levi. We had a few little issues under the desk, but we're all sorted now. Now, thank you engineers, by the way. What would we do without you? Now then, the Sewing Street Christmas jumper. Isn't this gorgeous? This is your last chance. It's your last chance. It's not $59.99, Ben. It's not. It's $39.99. That's better. Isn't it fab though? Designed and knitted exclusively for us here on Sewing Street. You know what I love? It's a really nice fine knit. It is really rather stylish, I think. My objection to a lot of Christmas sweaters is they've now become synonymous with ugly sweaters, and I don't want to wear ugly clothes. This is not an ugly sweater. This is gorgeous. You've got your sewing machines, you've got your needles and threads. Look, it suits boys and girls. Look at that. Gorgeous. Georgia and Sam. I mean, I'd just like to say I was also available that day, but nobody asked. Anyway, I'll move on. You've got buttons, you've got balls of yarn, you've got gorgeous kind of traditional Fair Isle designs in there as well. It runs through the sleeves as well. I just think that's really rather lovely. Now, we have only got extra large and double XL left. I've got 9 extra large and I've got 20 double XL. So, gosh, they'd both be huge on me. But how lovely to wear on Christmas Day. If you do that in your family and you all get together and you all wear a Christmas sweater for Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, you will get this. You will get this before Christmas. Now, Ollie, our director, give us a wave, Ollie. Where are you? There he is, yes. So Ollie is the father of teenagers. He understands the youth of today. That suddenly makes me feel about 100. I don't understand the youth, but Ollie does. And he says if you're buying this for a younger member of your family, buy the largest size you can. Go for the double XL because they all like wearing baggy clothes. Well, I think, yes, I do understand that. Yes. So, go into my room. What? Why are you always on at me? Love it. Love it. Stop. I don't want to get up. Right. Let's pop that to one side. Now, I've got some fabulous tools on this hour. We've got some rulers, we've got some irons, we've also got some lovely extra wide fabrics. I'm just going to grab the clapper as my first thing to show you. Do you know, I'm really into these. I think every quilter needs one of these. dressmakers know they need one of these, but I think, as sometimes happens, quilters, well, we can all learn from each other's discipline. And with your clapper, what you're going to do there is you're going to iron your seam, possibly with some steam, possibly without, it doesn't matter either way, but iron your seam and then you put your clapper on top of the seam and you just leave it there and you let the heat go into the clapper, into the wood, and you let the residual heat stay there. It keeps the seam incredibly flat, pressed incredibly flat. I mean, you couldn't possibly keep an iron on a seam for as long because it would just end up burning the fabric. But this way, it sets that beautifully flat pressed fabric. Now, of course, suddenly, quilters, we all understand now, I think, why this is so useful for us. Because when you're sewing something like a pinwheel or a four-patch or a mariner's compass, where you've got lots of seams that come together, I mean, how often have you tried and failed to get those seams to lay flat? Try a clapper. I love a bit of steam when I'm pressing my patchwork. I know that's a bit controversial. Lots of quilters always say, no steam. But I think if you do it in a controlled way, so what I will do is, I'm going to go onto my seam, I'm going to put my iron down, I'm going to do a blast of steam in situ, take it, not back and forth. This is where it's wrong to use steam and back and forth. But steam in situ, then put the clapper on top, and just let it cool down. Give it a minute or two. You know, if you're doing that final press on your blocks, you just want to get those center seams nice and flat. This is when you grab your clapper. They're $19.99. This could very possibly be the best Christmas present you buy yourself. Oh, just a minute. Ben, not $19.99? Go on. Go on. Is it really naughty? Ooh, that's 25% off. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's fab. $14.99 for that. I think Ben's just given every one of us every reason to grab a clapper today. What's lovely too is it's a beautiful piece of wood, no plastic. Unless you lose it, you're going to have it for the rest of your life, aren't you? It's going to work beautifully. I think, you know what, if you're a quilter, you might well think, why would I need a clapper? It's a dressmaking tool. But what I'm seeing now, a lot from America now, there are a lot of clappers now being manufactured for quilters. Lots of them are big squares. Okay, and the idea there is you put it on your block. But actually, really, you do not need that flatness. The block is flat. It's the center seam, or it's one particular bit of your block that you need to flatten. And if you did need to do the center and the crosswise, do the center and then do the crosswise. It'll take a couple of minutes and you'll get the flattest blocks you've ever had. They really do work brilliantly. They are a brilliant little tool. You just made yourself a £5 saving thanks to Ben. Ben, you're naughty, but we love you. We love you. Thank you. There you go. That's just covered your P&P. If you've bought nothing else today, the saving that Ben's just put on has wiped away your P&P. And remember, it's one P&P all day. So now maybe there'll be something else that's a little tempting. Gorgeous. Now, where should we go next? Let's do some rulers. Let's do that. Can we start off with the big square? Let's start off with a big square. Now, I'm saying that I don't think I have the big square. What size is it? The 18.5-inch square. I don't think I've got it. I don't think I've got it. We'll grab it. Okay. So, this is Creative Grids, an 18.5-inch square ruler. Now, we're very limited stock here. We've got very low double figures. And I've said this before, once you've got your 6x24 and your 12x24 ruler, your next purchase, and possibly your only next purchase of a ruler, I think should be a large square. 12.5, 18.5, 21, whatever, you know, whatever you've got room for. whatever's on a deal, frankly. This is the 18.5-inch square from Creative Grids. Thank you. Amazing. Now, when are we going to use this? Oh my goodness, let me count the ways. So first off, you're going to use this when you're cutting things like your borders. Wider pieces of fabric, when you want maybe like a 10-inch border for your quilt, your square ruler is going to make that an absolute cinch. What about background blocks for appliques, alternate blocks in your quilt, something like a double Irish chain? Also, when you're cutting out things that are squaring up your quilt after quilting. So obviously with your 6x24 ruler, you can get one long edge, but what we need is square, 90-degree angle. Your square ruler really comes into its own because you can put that onto the top right corner or the top left corner of your quilt. You can line up here and here, 18.5 inches both ways. You can trim here, you can trim here, and then move down your quilt. You'll get the squarest, truest corners on your quilt. What about for bag making? Most of the time, this 18.5-inch square is going to be big enough to cut your front, your back, your gusset pieces, without having to start moving your ruler around, which is often what trips us up and we end up miscutting our blocks. What about if you were making something like the Rainbow Slide Quilt? We've still got a few of these kits available, by the way, if you want to grab it. Once you've made your block, you know the finished size it's supposed to be. If your block is a little bit bigger than that, again, you can trim your blocks down using a large square ruler. They are super, super useful. Of course, this has all the advantages of Creative Grids. You've got that non-slip band running all the way around the outside and all these dots of non-slip running throughout. You've got your 45-degree angle there. So if you're doing things like squaring up half square triangles, quarter square triangles, again, another way that you can use your Creative Grids 18.5-inch square. Treat yourself. Again, it's one of those things, we're often dazzled by the fabrics and the gorgeous loveliness. These are fundamentals. Now, I've mentioned the quilt behind me, Rainbow Slide. I showed how easy it is to make the block in the 8 a.m. show. If you missed it, watch it back. Really easy. It's a quarter log cabin. I mean, sometimes they're called half log cabins. I suppose quarter is quarter. It's a quarter. But very easy. You're starting with a square. You're adding a strip to one side, a strip to the other side, press them back. A strip to one side, a strip to the other side. And you just keep repeating these 2 steps, cutting your strips to the correct length rather than sewing strips on and trimming off the ends. If you do that, that's a swift route to a non-square block and problems later down the line. So cut your strips to the correct length. Now, the quilt kit that we've got, bit of an amazing deal this. The quilt itself is 77 inches by 97.5 inches. It's a big quilt. You get 28 different fabrics in the kit. So many beautiful fabrics. A fabulous array of Kaffe Fassett fabrics in there. Oh. You get your pattern included as well. And then you get this absolute brick of fabric. This chunk is absolutely huge. You get so much there. All of the fabrics that have been used to create the quilt behind me are included. So you can reproduce this quilt exactly. Now, I just need to let you know that when everyone's checked out their baskets, I've got 7 kits left. Now, you should be paying £379 for this. Our original price, £379. You're saving £110 today. You guaranteed Christmas delivery in the British Isles. Also, This was not meant to be on this quilt. It was supposed to be 2 split pays, 3 split pays, but lovely Ben has put 5 split pays on this quilt kit today, which means that your first split pay is $73.99. No, $53.99. Wow, $53.99 is your split pay. So you pay that today, you get the quilt kit home before Christmas, and your next payment doesn't come out until January the 18th. Gorgeous. Right, let's do some more rulers. One of my favourites from Creative Grids is the Log Cabin Trim Tool. This is the Log Cabin Trim Tool 2. This you can actually use to create perfect 6-inch log cabin blocks, 12-inch log cabin blocks, and also 12-inch half log cabin, or they're calling it half log cabin, I called it quarter, or 12-inch courthouse steps log cabin blocks. So you've got 4 different options there out of one ruler. Now, I've made log cabin quilts in a variety of different ways, including traditional piecing and also foundation pieced. This is the easiest way to get super accurate blocks, because what you do each time is you start with your square. All log cabins start with a square, or pretty much always start with a square. And traditionally that's meant to represent the hearth or the fire in the cabin, the sort of heart of the home. And then you sew strips around that centre square. One side they are light fabrics, which represents the light, the sunshine in the cabin. And then the other half, dark fabrics, which represent the shadows. So you've got the hearth, the sunshine, and the shadows. So for example, did you have a picture of a quilt? Or, yeah, we'll show you a picture of a traditional log cabin, and you'll be able to see that half light, half dark if you look traditional log cabin. Now there are others, usually that centre square is red to represent the hearth. Sometimes it's yellow to represent a candle in the window. That's to remember someone who isn't there. And then sometimes the centre square is black, which is either for remembrance, or some people say it became traditional when Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. It was also sometimes used as a sort of secret code during the time of slavery in America, used to show people escaping slavery that you were a safe house. So you'd have a quilt, log cabin quilt with black centres, which showed you were part of what was known as the Underground Railroad. So you would provide shelter, maybe a meal, or even just a kind of signpost to this is your route to escape. Love that story. Love that story. Hate the origins, but love. It's sort of hopeful, isn't it? So here's an example of a traditional log cabin, and you can see the hearth in the centre, the sunshine on one side, the shadows on the other, and then when you start combining those blocks together, you can create so many different exciting designs. It's wonderful. But this is the easiest way to get super, super accurate blocks. Well worth a go, $29.99 for that. Jeanette's message to say, Happy Christmas to all at Sewing Street. Thank you, my lovely. She says, Stuart, I love your jumper. Is it homemade? Oh, Jeanette, thank you for your faith in me, but no. I bought it. But it's fun, isn't it? I like it. Let's do the triangle next. So this is the non-slip 60-degree triangle, and this goes up to an 8-inch finish. Here's your 60-degree triangle. So it's an equilateral triangle. That's right, isn't it? An equilateral triangle. Each side is the same. All the angles are 60 degrees. You've also got the option of cutting half of that to finish your rows. Don't forget as well that if you sew 3 of these triangles together, you'll make a half hexagon, and 6 of them together makes a full hexagon. So there are so many creative ways that you can use the equilateral triangle in your quilt making. And of course it's up to 8-inch finished, but you've got lots of other options, okay? One more ruler I want to show you, or it's a template set really, which I've demoed before, is the Scrap Crazy 8-inch template set. Now, you've got 3 different templates in there, but it actually cuts 4 different shapes, because one of them cuts shape A and B. There's a line that you put on the edge of the fabric, so you cut a shorter and a longer, and then you've got a C and a D, and combine 2 C's, an A, a B and a D, you make an 8-inch block. This is a lovely, lovely way of using up your scraps. You can use it with charm packs, 10-inch charm packs, but certainly with scraps, it's a lovely way to use up your scraps and to create some crazy blocks. Crazy quilting really came into vogue during Victorian times, when a lot more women had more leisure time. So the sort of middle classes were growing, and so there were more women who had perhaps who might have worked in the past, were now at home, could display the wealth by sewing and doing beautiful quilts. And the thing with crazy quilting is it was about using sumptuous, luxurious fabrics and then embellishing them with lots of embroidery, ribbon work, beading. It was all about showing, look how much time I've got, look how wealthy we are. I can spend all this time and all this money creating these very ornate and elaborate quilts. And that was a real craze. Right, shall we do some extra... Oh, go on. Oh, we've got my book. We've got my book. I'm just disappearing for a second. Young upstart, Stuart Hillard. Well, thank you, Ben. This, yes. So Quilts from the Country is my 5th book, and this launched in September of this year. And, oh yeah, it's $22.95. No, wait a minute, $22.50. So, no, £25. The cover price is £25. So we were selling it at $22.50, but now you can get it from us for $19.99. Yeah, last time we had it on air, we reduced the price. Really, that was to reflect where other retailers were selling Quilts from the Country. I mean, really, let's be honest, books, for what you get in a book, it's amazing value. You've got 30 projects in this book. Lots of beautiful quilts, seasonal, autumn, winter, Christmas, spring and summer. There's a log cabin in the woods. Loved making that quilt. I actually made that whole quilt in the Holiday Inn Express in Redditch. I did. I used to present in the morning and then I'd go back to my hotel. I'd have my sewing machine. What the housekeepers thought, I do not know. But I used to try and tidy up. Threads on the floor again, Mr. Hillard. And I would spend my afternoon sewing log cabin blocks. And I made the whole quilt top in my hotel room over a week or two. But lots of lovely projects. You've also got a plique in there, embroidery, little projects, bigger projects, cushions, runners. You've got a lovely Dresden quilt there called Bloom Where You're Planted. You've also got a quilted haori jacket, so like a kimono jacket, but it's padded and quilted for more winter spring wear. You've also got patchwork slippers. Those are so addictive to make. Full-sized pattern pieces in an envelope in the back. One of the most popular projects in the book is Where the Wind Blows You, which is this glorious big mariner's compass quilt. Oh, a message. Thank you. Merry Christmas all. Where can I get a mariner's compass pattern, please? Chris, it's like you knew. Right here, right here. Right here. Now look, mariner's compass set on point. If you only wanted to do the mariner's compass, wouldn't that make lovely with perhaps another border? That would make a lovely quilt in itself. Okay. You could do 4 of those side by side, would make an amazing quilt on its own. These blocks you could use for something else. I mean, there's a lot of versatility throughout. And as my deputy, Joan, pointed out to me, the how-to section, the basic skills section, is the most pages and the most depth that I've ever included in a book. Now, I always include a thorough how-to section, but in Quilts from the Country, I've gone into even more depth. I've covered even more techniques, more tips, more tricks, and explained the equipment that you'll use. I've got to tell you, this was such a funny photograph. We shot some of the book in Robin Hood's Bay. Eagle-eyed viewers may have spotted that. And if you know Robin Hood's Bay, you'll know there is an incredibly steep road and hill to get from the bottom of Robin Hood's Bay up to the big where everyone parks at the car park, right at the top. I mean, I thought I was going to need oxygen or possibly an ambulance. I mean, really, it was... So we had basically finished the shoot. We'd just got a few shots left to do. And I had carried everything up this hill, you know, and back down. And then the photographer said, we need a piece of fabric for you to cut. And I said, I haven't got any fabric, Rachel. I've taken it all back to my car. I can't go back. She said, well, we need to get this shot of you cutting fabric for this page. And I said, well, literally then took the shirt off my back. You might recognise this, I wear it on air. I took the shirt off my back. I was wearing a t-shirt underneath. I didn't put Rachel through that. But I took the shirt off my back and I pretended to cut it for that picture. But there you are. There you are. So sometimes when people say to me, oh, I'd love one of your shirts for one of my quilts, it almost happened. And I don't hate that picture. I quite like that picture, actually. It's quite, yeah, the price is really good, actually. The price is really good. Well, you get 30 patterns in the book and lots of quilts. You get loads of quilts. 66 pence a pattern, that's right, yeah. Loads of big quilts, bed quilts. There's about 12 bed quilts. Then there's like a table runner, placemats. There's some cushions. There's smaller throws, lap quilts. You've got your quilted jacket, your slippers. You've got a couple of Christmas stockings. Those are nice. Times past Christmas stockings. Those were so much fun to make. And I really sort of went to town when I was making those. I added these little pennants with hand stitching, little stacked buttons. I just had a lovely time making them. There are Christmas tree decorations, and also as well, like this quilt here, which is called Christmas Beauty. I did this using sort of lovely French general colours, not very Christmassy, but sort of wintry. But then I had a lovely lady in one of my quilt workshops in a quilt group called the Raw Edges. And absolutely gorgeous group in North Yorkshire, very near to me. And she had made that quilt, except she had made it much bigger and she had done completely different colours. It looked absolutely fabulous. So, of course, all of these patterns, you can make them in whatever kind of fabrics make your heart sing. $19.99 for that. Right, let's do some extra wide fabrics. I'm just going to pick the ones I particularly love. I'm going to start with this one, ending 9-2. I haven't seen this before. This is amazing. This is amazing. They've only been seen once. This is beautiful. Who's this by? Sally Kelly. That is glorious. Now, can I just say, folks, if you were making, you know where I'm going with it. If you were making, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's got all the colours. And do you see the rainbows? Do you see the rainbows? These are amazing. These are all new this month. These are all new this month. That is absolutely glorious. But also that would be amazing for a dress. Beautiful for a dress. That would look incredible as a beanbag armchair or a bed runner. Just 1/2 metre, quilted, bound, draped across the end of the bed. Would look gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. 100% cotton, 100% cotton. You could make a gorgeous infinity scarf from 1/2 metre. If you want the free pattern, go onto my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes. There's about a 15-minute video, which is me making one start to finish. It takes about 15 minutes to make an infinity scarf. 1/2 metre of that would do it. That's glorious. £12.99 1/2 metre. Oh, just lovely. And also as well, imagine some big scatter cushions. Just that. Layer it with some wadding, or actually my personal preference would be H640 or our Sewing Street polyester batting. It is beautiful. I bet you never thought you'd hear me say polyester batting and beautiful in the same sentence, but the Sewing Street polyester batting is gorgeous. Quilt it, bind it, or covered piping cord. Pick out different solid colours, bright pink, bright yellow, this lovely cyan blue, maybe a cerise or an orange, and loads of those scattered. Garden room, sitting room, outside, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I've said this before, I need to do a pattern using extra wides creatively. This is lovely. This is another new one. Wow. Now, if you love making things like your Kaffe Fassett quilts and you want something that's a bit different on the back, not necessarily a Kaffe, because it's got the palette, hasn't it, that Kaffe uses. Things like this warm chestnutty orange with the real bright pops of sky blue and purple, aquamarine, and that beautiful navy background. Stunning. But equally, what about using this fabric and fussy cutting motifs? What about doing something like stack and whack using an extra wide backing fabric? Because normally the thing that's a bit eye-watering about doing stack and whack is the amount of fabric you have to buy. Because you do have to, even for like a throw quilt, you probably have to buy about 7 metres, which is quite a lot. But you need to be able to get 8 exact repeats of the fabric stacked together to then cut through your triangles to then stack and whack. If you don't know the technique, look it up online. There are 2 fabulous books by Bethany Reynolds. They're quite old books. They are amazing. She's amazing, and came up with this technique which the whole world fell in love with. But with your extra wide fabric, you've got almost 3 widths of fabric in one. So rather than having to buy 7, 8, 9 metres, you can get away with 3 or 4 metres, and that would probably be enough to make a queen size quilt. Now, next up, I'm going to go really florally. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Oh, now I love that. Oh, I've had a lovely message from Alison Marion. Hello, my darling. I normally see you on the run-up to Christmas. Merry Christmas, Alison. I hope you're well and your family. I bet you're looking forward to Christmas, aren't you? Alison says, your book is my coffee table book in our lodge in Cornwall. Oh, that's living the dream, a lodge in Cornwall. Everyone picks it up and ooze over it. Not all of them are stitchers. That's interesting. You know, we always, my publishers do, put a lot of effort, we all put a lot of effort into making my books look as beautiful as possible as well. We go to great locations. I have the most fabulous photographer, Rachel Whiting, and she's done all of my books with me, apart from the very first one. She's terrific. But talking of terrific, that's absolutely lush. Really beautiful. Fresh spring, summer, full of joy. You could make a lovely duvet cover with that. So you can make duvet covers from extra wide backing fabric. You don't need the full width because although you would use this for a large quilt, obviously duvets don't hang as low as a quilt. So you can make up to king size duvet covers using your extra wide. For the top, you would need 2.5 meters for up to a king. Now, normally, if you're backing a king-size quilt, you need 3 meters because it's bigger than a duvet cover would be. But 2.5 meters would do a king-size duvet cover top. Use something like a plain fabric on the back, and you could also do pillowcases or a dust ruffle. Very nice. Very nice. I like that a lot. Now, let's go for something that's a bit dramatic. Again, I haven't seen this. This is absolutely gorgeous. Now, I'm just going to say, for Adam Brooks, if he's watching, Adam, I would love a jacket made out of this. Black shirt, black tie, black trousers, jacket. With this deep red silk lining. Can I just put that order in, please? Thank you kindly. Thank you muchly. That's lush. What's this one called, Ben? Classic floral black. Now that would be amazing for Stack and Whack. Absolutely amazing for Stack and Whack. I shall be purchasing some of that. Very nice. Right, next up, again floral, but light, fresh. This would be lovely for a duvet. That would be absolutely beautiful. Can you imagine in a nice cream or white painted bedroom, or even if you'd got like maybe the soft lilac or soft blue on the walls, and then that for your duvet cover. Or you could make a bed runner and some pillow shams or some cushion covers in that. White bedding, just give the room a whole fresh look. That would work really nicely, wouldn't it? But also, of course, they also work as quilt backings. You happy for me to just pick? Let's go with something just soft and neutral now, because sometimes we just want soft and neutral. This is Bumbleberries from Lewis and Irene. This is the extra wide, and this is latte. I know. £10.99 a half metre for designer backing fabric. 108 inches wide. I know. Now, the thing is, I use this sort of colour a lot for my neutral when I'm piecing the front of quilts. What a bargain way of buying it. Because you get nearly 3 times in half a metre what you would get in a regular width. More than 2.5 times. So if you think your half metre, you know, you think of your half a metre of Bumbleberries. Is that £7.49? Okay, so £7.49 for half a metre, and if it was half a metre of regular quilt weight cotton, that would be about that, wouldn't it? So that's £8.49. for an extra £2.50, you're getting more than double extra. Just saying, just saying. Extra wide backing fabrics tend to be a slightly lower thread count. Now, bedding wise, we can all get a little bit too focused on thread count as a sign of quality. The higher the thread count, the better quality. It's not true. It's not true at all. You can have very poor quality but high thread count fabrics. And you can also have beautiful quality fabrics that have a lower thread count, but they are still amazing quality. And that's what you get with all of the backing fabrics that we sell. They're a slightly lower thread count than the front. That actually makes them rather easier to quilt, to be fair, either by machine or by hand. And they're great fabrics. The thing is, buy half a metre, try it. You'll see. You'll see. It's great. Well, what a brilliant way of buying a neutral fabric. Over 2.5 times the fabric for an extra £1.50-ish. Makes sense, doesn't it? Here's another one that you're going to absolutely love. It's Dreams by Lewis and Irene. Now again, I actually buy bolts of this for my studio because it's such a useful fabric. It's got a sort of cloudy look to it almost. Lovely, soft, subtle design. Now you can get this in regular 44-inch wide quilt weight cotton, 849.5 metre. It also comes in this 108-inch wide backing fabric version, still 100% cotton, absolutely beautiful quality. But it's £10.99 for half a metre, for more than 2.5 times the fabric. It's great. It's great. And if you're doing things like making, say, like scatter cushions, and you want like envelope backs for all of them, you could buy 1.5 metres of your regular width, or you could buy 1 metre of this, and you've got more fabric for less money. What about lining bags? What about lining bags? Or, you know, sort of if you want lots of neutral on your bag. So like my new trio of bags pattern, great, would work brilliantly. Would work brilliantly. Right, another gorgeous extra wide. Oh, this is fab. Wow. Hummingbirds. This is, that's beautiful. That's really gorgeous. Colourful, bright. Hummingbirds are beautiful, aren't they? They're sort of iridescent. And you've got those gorgeous florals too. This would work really nicely for stack and whack as well. Or you might have the Easy Stack Quilts book, which is a much easier way of doing a stack and whack type technique. We've sold it on air before now. That's lovely. Again, great for duvet covers, pillowcases. You know those projects that use a lot of fabric? Curtains. Have you ever done those curtains to cover like open shelving? Wouldn't that be lovely? In a children's bedroom maybe? Now we saw a different colourway of this fabric earlier. I'm just going to grab it again. So we had a sort of rich, reddy version of this. But I've also got this version, which is lighter, brighter, a bit more spring. Oh, hello. Is that somebody dropping my award? I did win an award once. It was a crafter. They're like BAFTAs, but it's called a crafter. Actually, no, I did. That was a bit of a joke award, but I did once win an award, which was really lovely, from a magazine, which was Quilting Teacher of the Year, which I take my teaching very seriously, and to get that was absolutely wonderful. I was very, very proud of that. I am very proud of that. That's gorgeous. Really lovely. Really lovely. Right, next up, let's go a little bit stained glass. Look, I've got 2 different fabrics which have a little bit of a stained glass look. Now, yesterday, Sandra Rushton had the most gorgeous Rainbow Drops quilt, which was all about the kind of rainbow on one side, and it also had a bit of a stained glass look to it. This would be absolutely beautiful, either of these, to back the quilts. Amber makes 2 stained glass panels too, would work really well. Let's start with this one. This, I think, is it a Dan Morris? It is a Dan Morris. Very nice. 11.99 a half metre. Now remember, this is cut to order. So if you buy 5 units, you'll get 2.5 metres times 108 inches wide, all in one continuous piece. If you buy 3 units, you'll get 1.5 metres by 108 inches wide. Very, very good value fabrics, all of our extra wides. Very good value. So that's that one. And then I've got this one, which is also a Dan Morris, same range, but has a gorgeous, almost batik-y look to it, doesn't it? You could make yourself a rather lovely beach bag. I might be inclined to combine this with some cork to make a beach bag. That would be lovely. In fact, I'm just going to grab the maxi from my new bag pattern. So what I'm thinking here is, okay, sides, base, main body of the bag, all in cork. The big outer pockets and the magnetic flap in this for a take to the beach bag. And then you've got that lovely hard wearing cork. And then you've got that beautiful pop of colour on the pockets. Don't forget, if you want the pattern for the trio of bags, you get all 3 patterns, the maxi, midi and mini, for £11.99. Gorgeous. Just a couple more. I've got that same one, that turquoise, in yellow. This is lovely. All 108 wide. Again, just lovely and summery and fresh. Now, I've got a couple more extra wides, but I just want to mention these scissors. Adam Brooks is back up after the break with a fabulous book launch for dressmakers, or would-be dressmakers. I've got some fabulous dressmaking scissors here. These are beautiful quality. Now, £24.99 is the right price. You should be paying £24.99 for a really good pair of dressmaking scissors. You know, a good weight to them, nice and heavy in your hands, but not too heavy, obviously. A nice flat blade to run down as you're cutting out your pattern pieces. £24.99. Fabulous price for these. Feel really cut. Hang on a minute. What are you doing? Ben, I said £24.99 is the right price. You should be paying. There's a minimum price you should be paying for good quality tools. But if you can get them at a sneaky price, you might as well. £9.99, that's fab. That is fabulous. Now, that is Secret Santa price. Christine says, hello, Stuart. Please, can you repeat the numbers of the wadding you used in your bag pattern, please? From Christine. Of course I will, yes. So repeat the numbers of the wadding. You mean like the order numbers? Or what I used? Yeah, what I used. So in the maxi, I used in-R form, Bosal in-R form, and I used the sew-in in-R form, a foam, and I like to use 505 quilt basting spray to hold the layers together while I'm quilting. So this one used Bosal in-R form foam, and then the midi bag, I used H630 for the outer pockets. Now I wanted to experiment a little bit, so I used H640 for the main body of the bag. On reflection, H630 would have been absolutely fine to use throughout, or you could use H640 throughout. So that was wadding. But a polyester, very nice. And then for the mini, this uses a medium weight fusible interfacing. And my new favourite interfacing is Vliseline H250. H250. It is fabulous, especially for quite structured but thin, kind of weightless interfacing. Really, really good stuff. Hope that helped. Now, just back to the scissors, a fabulous quality pair of dressmaking shears for under £10. Now, that's a very, very special price. And if you're buying today, you're going to get these home for Christmas. I love the fact that they're Christmas red as well. Just makes them perfect. 8-inch scissors. Beautiful handle to them, lovely weight, really comfy too. They're absolutely super and should be £24.99, and that is the right sort of price that we should be paying for a good pair of dressmaking shears. They come boxed too. I would tie a bit of twine, a little bit of sealing wax on that, and that's good to gift. Ben, what are you doing in the studio?
You know these USB lap trays?
Okay.
Completely sold out both colourways.
Right.
Black Friday, I shouldn't be
we
shouldn't be doing this. I found more of them both.
Okay.
I've spoke to Ian.
Yeah.
Said, can we have these? And he said, I don't really know.
I haven't even seen these before, Ben.
We'll do them at 12 o'clock, but they're on pre-order now.
Oh,
okay.
USB ports here. Is this for your cup?
Yeah.
Yeah. This for your laptop to go into, or your tablet? Your space. I need.
Look, this is a little mini fan.
Stop it.
Yep. Amazing. 2 colourways.
How much are they?
$29.99.
Stop it. Put 2 in my car. 12 o'clock. Wow.
From, I think it's $59.99 on the web.
Okay, $59.99 on the web at the moment. They're crashing to $29.99 at 12 o'clock. Grab yours now. Wow. Well, you can come into the studio if you're giving news like that, Ben, but otherwise, stay out. Right, we're going to go to the break. When we come back, the fabulous Adam Brooks is here, the effervescent, the wonderful, with the Dressmaking Companion. It's a brand new book, a brand new launch. Every dressmaker or would-be dressmaker needs this book. See you after this.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 PM to 9 PM, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 PM.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Driving in my lorry, driving home for Christmas. Oh, that'll be me soon. Driving on the wrong side of the road. Did you spot that? What's that all about? Honestly. Anyway, Adam, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
The king of
Hello.
ballroom.
I know, yeah.
You are bringing us an exclusive book launch today, Adam. This is exciting stuff. The Dressmaking Companion by Laurie Goyette.
I think that's how you say it.
Is it?
I'll go with that.
I'm hoping so. The Dressmaking Companion. This is a fabulous book, Adam.
I know, but look how cute it is.
Yeah, it is a really cute size. It's a kind of handbag-sized book, and it's designed to be taken wherever you sew. It's a handbag-sized book for a reason. You're meant to take it with you wherever you go. The Dressmaking Companion gives invaluable advice on getting the most out of your sewing machine to create a wardrobe you'll be proud of. If this sounds like you, listen on. From selecting the ideal fabric and understanding patterns, to setting up your machine and creating everything from collars to buttonholes, you'll find all the support you need in this exquisite pocket-sized book. I love that. I love that. This is an exclusive launch today on Sewing Street. Never been seen before. You have got a lot of fabulous content here. Adam, tell me about the book.
Well, I love it, and I think it is the perfect companion to anybody at whatever stage they're at in their sewing and dressmaking journey. I just love the size of it. This is the type of thing, even for me, that I'll keep in my little sewing kit just for reference.
Yeah.
So when somebody says, you know, what is the best way to do a flat felled seam? And I have a slight, senior moment, I go, hang on, I'll just, consult my dressmaking companion. There it is. Well, for fabrics as well, because I know a lot about fabrics, but I don't know a lot about all fabrics. You never stop learning.
You know the ones you use.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's a whole section in here, about fabrics, and it's broken down. Look, wools and silks, cottons.
I think even here, like understanding the basics of how fabric is constructed and what that does to the properties can really be the difference between success and failure when you're making something, can't it?
Yeah, and do you know what? When around sewing, there's a lot of sewing jargon, like posh words. And when we mention warp and weft for the first time, it's like, what did you just say?
Right.
Hang on. Well, this is your perfect little reference guide. And it explains things like that, the terminology used. And it's just going to deepen your understanding. And a lot of it is actually what we demonstrate when we're making garments here on the show. But even then, you only get a little snippet of what I'm showing you or what a guest designer's showing you. And I've had people come up to me at shows and go, Adam, just show me a dart again, how you finish a dart. Well, it's all in here as well for your reference.
Yeah, exactly. And you're always going to have it with you wherever you go, whatever the situation, you've got that ready guide. And it's also really bite-sized chunks, which is what I love about it. Some of these kind of encyclopedic books really look like encyclopedias, which can be a bit heavy and a bit daunting. And you think, just jump to the chorus, please. You know what I mean? Yeah. Tell me the soundbite that I really need to know. Give it me in a nutshell. And that's what this book does. It gives you everything you need in a nutshell. Eloquent, concise, fabulous.
Yeah.
Much like you, Adam.
I thought you were describing me then for a minute, to be fair. But yes,
my little Christmas gift to you. You're welcome. You're welcome. And you were talking about things like flat fell seams, basic seams, stitching a corner, working a French, one of your favourites, one of mine.
Yes.
Lovely top stitching, how to create a blind hem. I mean, rather than sitting there racking your brains or searching online, just to have that book that you can pop in your bag, pop in your pocket even, and you've always got your reference there.
And do you know what I love as well? It's all illustrated throughout with like decent, good quality photos. Do you know what I mean? So it's not just all words. And like you say, you can just jump to the bit that you need when you need it.
Yeah, yeah. It's ever so clever. I think it's a great book. These sort of, technique, tip, trick books. They're so useful to have because it's like having a sewing expert, a dressmaking expert, a dressmaking companion always travelling with you, always there to say, oh, can you just remind me, Adam, how do you do this?
Well, I'll give you an example. In the earlier show when we made the Aria top, we used...
I found this too. I wondered if this was what you'd done.
Yeah, so we did the invisible bias binding. We called it binding as a facing. But here it is, broken down in 4 simple steps with some pictures as well. So if you were watching us this morning, create that top and you thought, oh, okay, I need a quick reminder. Of course, you can go back on YouTube and watch Sewing Street. But if you buy this book, here it is written down as well. And everybody's a different kind of learner. I'm very visual, but some people like words to break it down a little bit. Well, this gives you the best of both in an easy to access reference guide.
Yeah, it's those lovely little bite-sized, here's a picture, here's an explanation. You've got 4 steps, you're done. Keep it simple. Keep the jargon to a minimum. Explain any jargon you are going to use. I mean, this is such a brilliant buy for under a tenner. It's the price of a couple of cups of coffee, isn't it? Let's be honest. Perhaps with a shot of syrup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't
Can't
like
go
things
wrong.
like that.
Do you know what? I'd be absolutely thrilled if I had something like this in my Christmas stocking
I'm the
this
same.
year.
Yeah.
And it's fitting a stocking as well. My mum's always asking me, Adam, what do you want? What do you want for Christmas? And I always find it hard to answer that question. But this year I've given her books.
Okay.
Yeah, because I love books and sewing books and anything about dancing.
Quilts from the Country.
Quilts from the Country, I hear, is a really good book.
Oh, have you heard that?
I've heard of it.
Who from?
I don't know, a chap...
Was it me?
Stuart?
You
No,
know,
it's a fabulous
books are
book.
great for Christmas, aren't they?
Yeah, and do you know what? I want to do a bit more bag making stuff than I do. It's finding the time. But I'm really inspired, not just saying it because you're here, but by the bags that you have, because you do it properly.
Oh, thank you.
Not that other people don't, but, you know, it's really considered. You can
They're
tell.
easy to make, though.
Yeah, but that's what I like because, you know, dressmaking can be a bit tricky at times. Sometimes it's nice to, instead of being the person that's showing how it's done and really delving into it, you just want a pattern that you can just follow, do, and have the result.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Now, Adam, you've got lots of demos to show us of different
lots
techniques.
of little bits and bobs.
Would you mind nipping over and like, just giving us one and then come back?
Yeah, let's
That'd
do
be
that
ace.
then. Let's do
Just
that.
want to mention as well while we're here, the Brother FS250, okay, is... I mean, an amazing, amazing machine. You know I'm a big fan. It is a fabulous machine. I think it's the best value machine we sell for the money, for the foot package, for the stitch package, for the extras you get. I really don't think we've got anything that comes close. It's £399 today. Normal price is £799. So that's fab. You get the walking foot thrown in, darning foot, Teflon foot, and, Adam, a concealed zipper foot.
Oh, that's good.
You never get that with a machine. I actually worked with Brother and they said to me, what feet would you like to add to this machine, Stuart? And I said, well, dressmakers always say to me, not does that machine come with one, because they never do.
No.
This one does. But they always say to me, can I get a concealed zipper foot for this machine? And I say, well, yes, you can. I know you can't, but it's an extra 30 quid. You get it included for £399. It's on split pay. It's guaranteed Christmas delivery. Absolutely fab. Love it. Right, Adam.
Do you know what? That is fabulous.
It is a really good
because,
machine.
The invisible zipper foot, well, I'll be truthful with you. I was going to show you an invisible zipper today, and I've just realised in the break, looking through my sewing kit, I've forgotten my invisible zipper foot on my machine at home. But I've demonstrated on it before and shown how it's done. But that one foot really does make the difference.
Yes, it does.
It makes it so much easier.
But what would you pay for your invisible zipper foot?
Well,
for your
yeah,
machine?
30 quid and upwards, you know, it can depend.
And that's one of 4, including like your walking foot. That's £40.
Yeah.
The walking foot's 40, the darning foot's £17.50. Your invisible, I mean, the Brother concealed zipper foot's about 20, I think. Same with your Teflon foot. So 40, 80. I mean, the best part of £100 in extra feet for no extra money.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it.
And, you know, we tend to think of invisible zips for dressmakers, but, you know, they're nice to insert into cushions sometimes when you want a
Very
cleaner
nice.
finish, isn't it? Right, let's do a French seam.
Oh, yes, please.
Because French seam is something that we talk about a lot of the time when we're talking about certain finishes, and actually it's one that can be really used, and it would be perfect if you're a beginner or an intermediate sewer to use maybe on the pattern for the top that we did this morning, the Aria top, because there's not as many seams. It'd be the perfect garment to trial it out on.
Yeah.
So the main thing with a French seam really is that you do it a little bit back to front to what you perhaps used to doing it. And that's by sewing the fabric with the wrong sides together.
So pretty side on the outside.
Yeah, which is unusual really,
is.
because normally we're so used to doing it right sides together and doing everything inside out as a dressmaker. So I'm just going to write on there.
You read my mind. I was going to say, could we write on there?
Yeah.
I just got to come across because we had a little message from Wendy who says, oh, you two look so cute and gorgeous. Definitely put me in a Christmas mood.
Yeah, it's the
Happy to
Christmas
help.
jumper. Do you know what? I went into my wardrobe this morning, no word of a lie, and I thought, oh gosh, I've not ironed a shirt. And then I thought, it's December, it's Christmas jumper day. So underneath here is a crinkled mess, but I'm talking about the shirt there.
Oh, Adam, beneath this really is a crinkled mess.
Right, so I'm just going to grab some pins. So I've just written RS on there for right sides because I've got wrong sides together at this stage. Now, the only thing that you have to really do when you're sewing a French seam, do you know the French call it an English seam?
Stop it.
Yeah, it's always...
Sacré bleu.
I know, and I know that because I've got a French friend who was on Sewing Bee. You might know him, Raf.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
I remember him telling us that when we
And they call it an English seam.
Yeah, yeah.
He's done very well, Raf.
He's done exceptionally
He's
well.
very talented.
He's a very talented young man. I'm hoping to see him sometime soon, him and his partner.
Were you in Sewing Bee together?
Yes, we were. Yeah. So, yeah, he's a great chap, really creative. So what I'm going to do, you just got to take into account your seam allowance because we're going to sew the seam twice. So really, patterns that have maybe got 1.5 centimetre seam allowance are ideal because you could sew it at 0.5 centimetre and then sew it at 1 centimetre, and then you've got enough seam allowance there to encase. That'll all become apparent in a minute. If you've only got 1 centimetre, then you could sew at 0.5 centimetre and then trim it back a little bit. Anything less than 1 centimetre, it's going to be a little bit tricky. So you might have to add some seam
I
allowance
was going to
to your
say, could you
pattern.
add a bit on as you're cutting out?
Yeah, you could do. Yeah, you could do. And there's various ways to do that. But let's not get boggled down in the maths and let's just take it back to basics and just show you the principles. So I've got wrong sides together and I've given it a pin. I'm going to, for the purpose of the exercise, sew at 0.5 centimetre here now. So you're just going to sew it as a normal seam, but the main difference being that I've got the wrong sides together. So for anybody that's been dressmaking for a bit, that'll feel really alien. And you'll think, is this right, really? But it is. Trust the process.
Absolutely.
And again, that's why I love a book, because you can go, have I read that right? Hang on, let me just read it again. I do that. I check and double check. I'm the type of person that checks a car door is locked 3 times.
Fair enough.
I hate these new cars that you just walk away from and they do it all themselves. I don't trust it. I'm like,
No.
I've got to check it's
I want
locked.
to do something.
Yeah.
I'm the same.
Okay, so I've sewn that at 0.5 centimetre, and then what I'm going to do is give that a press to one side. Now, at this stage, you could trim this down also.
Okay.
Which
Yes,
would-
I did get criticised by May Martin on the Sewing
For not
Street for
trimming
my
it down.
chunky French seams.
Yeah.
They were a little chunky. Talking of chunky, June says, oh, boys, I do love a man in a jumper. Love June. Who doesn't, June? Doesn't. Love a man in a jumper?
A man in a jumper? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I love knitwear anyway.
Me too. Me too. A lovely Aaron. I tell you, a Guernsey.
Oh, yes. Do you know, I love fisherman's rib
Yes.
as well.
First garment I ever knitted, proper garment for myself, was a fisherman's rib sweater.
Yeah, there you go. I think it's such a lovely stitch. I love knitting because of the different textures.
Yeah.
So I've just trimmed that down a little bit. So yeah, you don't want anything really over 1 centimetre for sure, depending on the fabric. If it's a sheer fabric, then you probably want to go even narrower. But you know what? Esme said the same to me. And yeah, and I think because it was in my first week, I was sewing chiffon.
Yeah.
Why, Adam, did I choose that? And I did French seams, and she says, oh, they're a bit on the large side. And it was a centimetre in the middle. And, I won't go above that.
No.
But, yeah, it would have been nice if they were finer, but I didn't have the time at that point to be worrying about that.
We were doing a little girl's sundress, and it had shearing elastic top.
Yeah.
French seams in the skirt, and then rouleau loop shoulder straps. And and she was right. She just said that my French seams were a bit chunky for a child. They were a bit out of proportion to the outfit, but really, really good for children's wear because they are soft inside, aren't they? There's no overlocking, which can be a bit hard, and also they're very hard wearing.
That's it, exactly. And the seam is strengthened because it's sewn twice initially, but we'll talk more about that with a flat felled seam. Right, so I've just pressed the seam there to one side, and then I'm going to flip it over, and then I'm going to press right on the edge of that seam created. So I'm now working on the inside of the project now.
So this is the wrong side of the fabric.
This is now
facing
the wrong side, yeah. Now, because I've trimmed that down, I could probably sew it at 0.5 centimetre, and that'd give us that nice skinny seam. But of course, that's where I say the maths comes involved. You've just got to have a little look at what pattern you're using and what seam allowances are allowed. So say it was a centimetre seam allowance, you could sew it at 0.5 centimetre, trim it down, fold it over and do 0.5 centimetre again. You do have to allow for something called turn of cloth, however.
I've never heard that phrase before. I always say, like, you've got to keep in mind the thickness of the fabric.
Yeah.
Turn of cloth is much more elegant.
Turn of cloth. Yes, because obviously once it's folded, there's a little bit more in
fabric
there.
in the turn.
Exactly. And it's not going to be, life-changing. It's probably
I bet that sounds beautiful in French.
Yeah, I bet it does.
It probably originally was in French.
So now I've pressed it, I'm just going to sew that seam again. All the way down. Now, because this calico is nice and stable, because I've pressed it, I've not needed any pins. But if you're working on a more delicate fabric, you might want to use a few pins. This is a great finish for sheer fabrics, for things like organzas, chiffons. But then, as I say, a finish on any garment, like you say, in children's wear, fantastic. Also, if you haven't got an overlock and things like that, to give that better finish and make sure it's going to wash nicely as well.
Interestingly, Adam, when I did second programme on the Bee, I did a blouse, which was all French seams. I didn't realise until I actually sort of started. And it was all French seams, including the sleeves.
Yeah, now that's where it gets a bit tricky, but that's...
It wasn't, Adam.
No?
No, I thought, oh, this is going to be a nightmare. How on earth do you do that twice? Actually, it was really straightforward.
Yeah,
Wasn't difficult. Wasn't difficult.
I always say anything's achievable with patience and time, and that's it. And that's two of the things you
don't have
on Sewing Bee. Anyhow, so this is the seam, and this is what I was saying with that top earlier on. It would be a good one because the sleeve is grown on, so you end up with a French seamed garment with less to do, less French seaming to do. So I wrote on the right side. So from the right side now, we just take it off the mat so you can see it a little bit better. We've just got what appears to be a plain seam. That's how we'd expect it to look on the right side. And on the wrong side, we've got this lovely encased seam in here.
Yeah.
And it's what's viewed as dressmakers as being more high-end, more maybe couture, if you like.
Is that why it's called a French seam, because of the sort of French fashion industry?
Maybe. I don't know the origins of why it's called that, but I would imagine that is what it would be. That would be the reason. It's just a lovely, neat finish.
Very nice, very nice.
So there you are,
that.
French seam.
Come back and join me.
All right then.
Kirsty says, I used a French seam to finish a pillowcase I've made to go with a quilt that I'm gifting. I was very pleased with it, even if I'm blowing my own trumpet a bit. Oh, Kirsty, you do right. Well done, you.
Fabulous.
I've got a message to show up on screen. What are the bags? What are the bags at the bags in the shelf? I think I know what you mean, Sarah. These.
Let's go and grab the bags. Oh.
They are lovely, aren't they? They're nothing to do with Sewing Street, though. They're hobby maker bags. Okay. We don't know when they're coming out, but they are gorgeous. You can make bags, you know. I don't mean that. They are lovely. I'd buy one of those too, actually. I like both colours. And we've had so many people ask Adam.
Yeah.
They are lovely, aren't they?
They are. Do you know what I love on a bag? I love that classic diamond quilted thing. I bet you've got that in a lot of your bags that you can do.
I do it on a lot of bags. It's got a classic look, hasn't it?
Yeah. I love texture with quilted bags as well, for sure. Right, where were we?
Back to book. Back to book. So all the fabrics that are explained. Now this is really useful for someone like me who knows quilt weight cotton inside out, but I had to say to you earlier on, well, what about double gauze? How do you sew that? Is there anything I should know? You know, if you're new to sewing with different fabrics, this is so useful. Cambric, broderie anglais, moleskin. I just like saying the words. Seersucker. Seersucker. What's seersucker?
Well,
you can read it. It's not a test, love. You can just read it out the book.
The fabric alternates flat and puckered stripes. The puckered stripes are woven into the fabric and do not disappear upon ironing. Yes, it's got that lovely texture. But what I love about the book is it then says, what is it used for? Well, children's clothing, dresses. And then it gives some washing directions as well. And the best bit, ironing. No need to iron.
Oh, sign me up. Sign me up. Yeah. It has got that sort of natural crinkle. I always think of seersucker as a bit yachty, a bit sulky, isn't it? It's a bit sort of, you know, lovely tailored shorts and slip-on shoes.
That's it.
And a seersucker shirt.
I mean, here you go. How often do we sell chambray on here? You think you might know chambray, but a soft cotton fabric with a dyed warp thread and a white weft thread. Chambray looks a little like denim, but it's lighter and less closely woven. And we always say, don't we, shirt weight, shirts, dresses, summer trousers.
Yep. Washing instructions, ironing instructions. That's very, very useful. You know, $9.99 and you've got a whole book's worth of tips, tricks, know-how, you name it. Another thing I'm very, very fond of doing and encourage people to do is to practice skills in isolation.
Yeah, yes.
So in the same way that you just did that French seam, just using 2 strips of fabric, you know, try sewing an inseam pocket on its own, not associated with a pattern. Just have a go. And then when you come to do an inseam pocket in a pattern, you don't think, I haven't got a Scooby-Doo. What's one of those?
Yeah, absolutely. And then you're familiar with the processes. It's like I always say, it's the same thing. Whenever I'm sewing a new project, I take an offcut of the fabric and I put it under the machine. To test how the machine's going to deal with it, to remind myself of how that fabric handles. And then I'll probably take a technique that is used in the pattern. It might be that I stitch a seam and then understitch it, so I know how it's going to behave when I come to put the neckline in. Talking of lining and interlinings, look, all this is great. All of your fusible interfacings, your interlinings, why we use them.
Yeah.
And then you start to think a little bit more as a dressmaker, because when you're doing your own projects, you might go, do you know what, that needs a little bit of stabilising there.
Yes.
I'm going to use some interfacing. And that's then when you've cracked the code, really. So it's not just because you're being told to in the pattern, it's because you're using your engineering brain to think, actually,
yes,
need some stability here. We're talking invisible zips. When I put an invisible zip in anything or any zip, I'll stabilise that area with a thin strip of lightweight interfacing because it's going to have some wear and tear, and also it's going to mean that the zip's going to go in nicely because it's stabilised.
Interesting. And that's based on your years of dressmaking experience. If you haven't got those and you want to get straight to the top, that's when you get the book. Stuart, I made my wedding dress from seersucker. It was lovely. Oh, Jane.
Wow.
Jane, do you have a picture?
That'd be lovely to see.
Yeah, lovely. And where did you get married? Lovely. Lynn says, I did French seams and invisible binding on the dress I made for my grandson's wedding. Of course, it was Kaffe. Love that. I love that.
Fabulous.
So that's like doing the binding facing that you did earlier on.
Well, talking of that technique, a lady at my work has just made herself a beautiful velvet sequin dress for the party season.
Ooh.
Tricky fabric to sew with, velvet and sequins. She's done a fabulous job. What did she do for the hem? She used an invisible bias, which meant that it just had a lovely finish on it. And it was an easier finish.
And would I be right in saying, does that add a little bit of weight to the hem, having the
Yeah, it does.
Light fabric?
Yeah, and the style of the dress was over a petticoat anyway, so it just helped give that structure and volume to the hem.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. A flat felled seam. I love them. I love them. Are you showing us a flat felled seam?
Yeah, shall we
Would
do
you?
a flat felled?
Oh, let's do it.
Let's do
a flat felled seam.
All right then, lovely stuff.
Oh, Jenny Jackson's just messaged in. Jenny, were your ears burning? Adam and I were talking about you earlier on, weren't we, Adam?
We were indeed.
We were. It
was all good.
Well, in fairness, Jenny, we were talking about gin, and then your name came up. She says, hello, you two gorgeous men. I think that's aimed at you mostly, Adam.
Oh, no, it's the both of us, I'm sure. Right, then. I did have some fabric. Let me just find that. I've been that organised. I've got all sorts of samples here from bits
Show us whatever you want next, it's fine.
No, it's all right. I just need a little bit, here it is, of fabric. Okay, so now, as we did with the French seam, with this one, I'm just going to press these pieces while I talk to you. We're going to actually go right sides together, so a bit more traditional on this one. Now, a flat fell seam, you find it in garments that needs a nice strong seam. So you'll see it in shirts, you'll see it on jeans.
Side seams.
So, yeah.
And on shirts, it tends to be this seam, doesn't it, down here? This is a flat fell, or the sleeve seam?
Yeah, so yeah, the side seams would be flat felled, which gives a nice finish. Yeah, and on the sleeve seam as well. You tend to get it on jeans on the inside leg a lot of the time. And that's because it'd be very tricky to do a flat fell sometimes on the outside seam. But again, it's to give denim and jeans. It was originally a workwear garment, so it's to give it strength. And I mean, I wear jeans every day.
Well, all that rubbing against your horse when you're out on the range. Yeah, but you can see it. Actually, jeans are the worst thing to wear for horse riding. Do you ride?
I did a couple of times in my life, and I love to do it, but no, I don't.
Oh,
do you?
Well, yeah, I do. They're the worst thing to wear because you end up with bruised thighs because of that seam rubbing on your leg. But for workwear, for active wear, for children's wear as well, quite useful. Strong seam.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got right sides together, and again, we're going to pin it. Okay, and I'm going to sew at 1.5 centimetres, I think, for this one.
Okay.
So again, there's a little bit of maths involved if you're going to incorporate it into a pattern that doesn't ask for it. But as I say, it's just about showing you the techniques today.
So is 1.5 centimetres a 5/8 of an inch?
It is, yes. That was a good conversion. Well done, Carol. It's
You're
not been
welcome.
Carol Vorderman for ages.
2 from the top, 3 from the bottom.
So yeah, 5/8 of an inch. It's so funny, like, it's the dressmaking world, because we do so much in inches. We take all of our body measurements still in inches. When anybody at work, an actor, sends their body measurements through in inches, we go, in centimetres, we go, oh, they've done it in centimetres. Because it means nothing to us. 100 centimetres, I'm like, what's that in inches, please?
Exactly.
But tell me in inches, I can get a visual idea of that person.
Yes, if someone says their chest is 42 inches, you have a sense of what that would look like.
Yeah.
100 centimetres, I just think of a metre stick. It's a straight line.
Yeah.
It's not a measurement round something.
No, that's it. It's funny, really, isn't it? So there we are. Right, then what we're going to do with this now is trim one of the sides down. It's probably about half of that.
Okay.
So in we go and we trim it down. So I'm just doing half. This is where your nice dressmaking shears.
Will you just bring the fabric up a little bit
Yeah.
higher? Sorry, we've got a little banner on the bottom of the... so you're not cutting through both of the seam allowances?
No, just one. Just grading one of them down.
I see, about half.
Yeah. There is another way to do this as well, but I'm doing it as per the instructions of the book.
Okay. If you're wondering what book Adam's referring to, it's the Dressmaking Companion. It's a brand new launch today, exclusive launch as well on Sewing Street. Fabulous book, pocket-sized, handbag-sized, so you can always have it with you wherever you go, wherever you happen to be doing your dressmaking. And actually, even if you do things like home decor, soft furnishing, quilting, there's still loads in there.
No, that's it. There's a section on piping, which I might, if we get a bit of time later, we could do a little bit on piping. And that can, be applied to home decor and dressmaking and bags.
Yes, it really can. It really can.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to press the longer side over to that shorter side that I've just cut now. So I'm giving the seam a good press. Yeah?
Yes.
But of course I've got raw edges still at the moment, which is what I don't want. So again, this is...
And this is the right side of the fabric too,
This is now, this is the wrong side. Sorry.
Oh, the wrong
the
side.
right side, I've now got that seam. So I'd gone right sides together on this occasion.
Oh, I see, right.
As I say, I'm doing it as per the book, really. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold under that long side that I left over the short side that I'd cut. And this is where you just want to take a little bit of time pressing it, and it's where these kinds of irons are fantastic because they'll just support themselves whilst you're readjusting.
Now, interesting, because I always thought flat fell was done on the right side of fabric.
And
Would
I have
you?
done it that before, yes.
Yeah. Interesting, though, that you can do it both.
Yeah. And as I say, this is the way the book says to do it, so I'm being a good boy and going by the book. Literally. It doesn't matter, you know, you're still getting the same reinforced seam. But yeah, take your calico, like you were saying, do it in isolation like I'm doing now to practice it.
Again, Adam was so in tune, you were reading my mind. I was just about to say, get yourself some calico, because do you see how easy it is to sew? If you want to practice these different techniques, calico is a really, really good fabric to practice in isolation. $2.99, that's half a metre, but remember, our calico is 60 inches wide. So you're getting a lot of fabric in half a metre. That's your width. It's a really lovely wide. It's pre-washed, pre-shrunk calico. It's really soft, flexible. It's gorgeous.
I need this.
Well, Adam, we also do it by the bolt, and you save, I think, £25 by buying the bolt. So $2.99 for half a metre. But if you want to get a whole... if you want to get a whole bolt, okay, it's $124.99. That's 25 metres of 60-inch wide, pre-shrunk, pre-washed quilter's calico. You save £24.50. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Do you know what, we in the costume industry, we use a lot of calico as an interlining for backing different fabrics onto. And one of the biggest things we're dealing with at the moment is a lot of costumes that have got calico as an interlining or backed upon, but it hasn't been pre-washed. What does that mean? We struggle to care and clean the costumes. if it's a pre-shrunk roll. We pre-wash our calico when we're making, but yeah, that's really great that it's pre-washed.
That's all done. So you can use that for quilt backings as well.
Yeah,
and remember,
great.
2 widths sewn together is going to give you about 119 inches usable width. That's enough to back a king-size quilt for less than £2.99 a half metre. It's absolutely brilliant. It's great.
Right, so now I've folded that under, Stuart, all I'm going to do is run a stitch right close to that edge now. Calico, like you say, is brilliant to practice on because now I've pressed it, I don't really need pins, but you could pin it as well. So yeah, I'm just going to stitch that now.
Or this might be a time when you crack out your 505 glue stick. It's our early bird today, $5.99 instead of $6.99. You could run a line of glue underneath that flat fell seam. Press the flat fell seam over onto that line of glue stick. It'll hold it in place, and then you can top stitch. There it is. There are the details. $5.99 for the Odif 505 glue stick. Have you used that, Adam?
I've never seen it in glue stick form until today. I bet that's brilliant.
We'll grab you one. We'll grab you one. It's really good. Actually, if you want to grab one out of my sewing caddy on the other desk, it's my very own one. Yeah. Ah, we've got the early bird one. Thank you, Levi.
Does it dissolve when washed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing.
There you go. It's really
Look at
cool.
that.
Yeah. And you get a lot of glue there in that stick.
And could I use that for things like positioning zips?
Yes, zips, hems, if you want to just quickly glue your hem up and then whiz round it on your sewing machine.
Isn't that good?
Yeah. Or if you're doing something like a Hong Kong finish and you're binding, and you want to hold it in place when you top stitch, again, you can do that.
That'd have been perfect for what I've just done.
Well, I should have mentioned it earlier then.
Oh no, sorry. That's great.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
I'll leave it there in case you want to use it for anything else.
Okay.
Christine says, you reminded me of my college files from City and Guilds Fashion Level 3. Oh, very nice. As we had to make various samples of seams and various sewing techniques. I still have it, and we used calico.
Yeah.
She says, I also did samples of my City and Guilds soft furnishings and patchwork quilting and applique. And of course, you know, Jenny Raymond, who does amazing tucking, folding and sort of finagling with fabric. She's known as the queen of calico, and she uses calico for lots of quilts, and it's an amazing fabric to use.
Well, yeah, talking of which, so I'll come back over to it. That's your finished flat fell seam. So you can see the 2 lines of stitching there.
Yeah, let's have a quick look at that. So this is the wrong side with your 2 lines of stitch.
Yeah.
No, this is the right side.
It's actually the wrong side because I've done it as per the book, and that's the right side at the moment. But you could flip that over
I see.
and have I could go again if I wanted to top stitch or edge stitch that bit. But what you've got is such a strong seam.
Yeah, it's great.
So yeah, shirts, jeans, workwear, you know, anything utilitarian. But also just for a nice finish. It's a little bit like a French seam, but sewn down a little, almost, if you think of it like that.
Well, with a heavier fabric, like, say, a chambray or a denim, if you did a French seam, it is quite a thick thing inside a garment, whereas this is completely flat, so it doesn't have the same kind of rubbability.
No, and it's interlocked. You were talking about sitting guilds and having the samples. I did these, and we often talk about finishes, and I keep these for just, you know, samples and showing people. But there you are. There's the pink seam we always talk about. If you haven't got an overlocker, then you can do an edge stitch seam, or what I call a clean finish, which is basically just tucked under and stitched. Then you've got your overcasting seam and your zigzag, and then of course the best one for finishing, really, your overlock seam.
Classic overlock, yeah.
But I show that to anybody that I'm teaching so they can visually see the differences. And, you know, and then the ultimate out of all of them is that French seam that we've just done.
Have you ever used a side cutter foot?
No.
Do you know of the side cutter foot?
I know of a side cutter foot, yes.
Now, we don't have them in stock at the moment, but for our brother, even our FS250, you can get a side cutter foot. They're £40, and they cut the edge of the fabric just before you do the over edge. So when it comes out, it looks like overlocking.
Yeah.
And it's only 2 threads.
Yes,
But it's a really nice finish.
Yeah, it's a great little attachment. I've seen them before. I've never actually used one. Have you used it then? And it works really well?
Yeah, they work brilliantly. They're absolutely fantastic.
Great.
Yeah. I think actually it's only Brother that do them. I don't think any of the other machine manufacturers do side cutter feet.
I know. I don't.
Juki don't. Janome don't.
No. I know you can't get one for that, so
No,
they are.
Elmer
That's a little
Interesting.
up on the Brother
That's
one.
cool. Yeah, grab yourself some calico. If you're getting the book, The Dressmaker's Companion, absolutely super book. The bolt of calico is selling very, very well. If you want to get your bolt of calico, you get 25 metres of 60-inch wide, pre-washed, pre-shrunk quilter's calico. It's a lovely, soft, supple fabric. Adam, would you mind just passing me that bolt of fabric, please?
Would you want this one?
I'll have the one that's wrapped up if you don't.
You want the wrapped up one? Oh, it's heavy.
That's why I asked you to hold it with me. I can't manage it on my... How many men does it take to carry a bolt of calico? Well, 2 of us. This way, to you. But you get a lot there. 25 metres. £24.50 off the price. You're getting 4 metres for free. That is a lot. That is a lot. But if you're doing things like making toiles...
Yeah, absolutely, which is great to get an idea of the size and, of course, any adjustments you need to make on your pattern. And do you know what? I know of people that have made toiles and they've turned out so good and then they've dyed them, like, because they've done them out of calico. But do you know what as well? Like, I quite often do this when I'm designing. This is a bit more advanced. It is heavy.
It is, isn't it?
It's like some of my scraps of calico. I'll get on the mannequin and start pleating it and playing with it, and then I start to come up with design ideas that I might be using in a costume or a project.
Well, I knew a dressmaker in... where's the Fashion and Textiles Museum? Bermondsey, in London, who, I don't think she's there anymore, but she had this fabulous shop and she had all of the different silhouettes that she could make, the bodices, the skirts, the dresses, that kind of thing, all on mannequins in the front of her showroom, all made out of calico.
Yeah.
So that all you saw was the silhouette, the shape.
Yeah.
And then she could make them, and she could combine and recombine different bodices, sleeves, skirts, however you wanted it. It was such a clever concept.
Do you know what? That's really funny because I, ages ago, wrote down a business plan if I was to go into doing more bridal and wedding dresses, and that would be my thing to start with, would be to have 3 bodices and 3 skirts and then be able to interchange them. Yeah, but to see that on mannequins is great, you know, and you get a real feel and idea for fabric because, you know, on paper it's one thing, but it's so much easier, and that's why I like draping sometimes, is because you understand then how it's all going to fit together and work.
Yeah.
Well,
oh, we should do that one day, Adam.
Do you know what? I'd love to just do a completely improvised. I mean, it'd be a bit scary. I don't know what it'd turn out like, but yeah, just to get a mannequin and do a bit of draping, that'd be really cool.
Or maybe at a show, if Sewing Street were there,
yeah,
we could get you along to do like a draping demo live on stage.
Yeah.
Would you be up for it?
Absolutely, yeah.
You heard
or
it
even
here, folks.
just to be there. It doesn't have to be, you know, a presented type of thing, but just like, yeah, to be there with a mannequin so people passing by can see what you're doing. I love working like that. I can spend hours doing that, and in fact I do. I've just made a ballroom dress, which is all stretch lycra with chiffon godays. Yeah. And she looks stunning in it. I'm really pleased, and it's all rhinestones to the max. But I was placing lace appliques, so I got a metre of lace and I cut the lace out, and then it took me ages to decide the placement. But again, it was because it's on the mannequin, and it wasn't something I could just draw and go, yeah. So I was placing them around and then finally come up with what I was happy with. Really interesting process.
So much fun.
Yeah.
So much fun.
Although sewing lycra to chiffon isn't fun.
No,
but I've got
bet
some
it isn't.
tips and tricks for that as well.
Would you like to do like costumes like they do on Strictly?
Do you know what? I would love to work on Strictly. I think the costume designs that Vicky Gill comes up with are amazing, and the whole wardrobe team are fabulous.
They're brilliant, aren't they?
I know one of the ladies. Do you?
Well, every year for a number of years, I was one of the judges for Dressmaker of the Year competition, which doesn't run anymore. But Vicky was a guest judge for about 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
So I had a few times when I sort of spent the day with her, or a few days with her, judging the costumes and the clothes that contestants had made, and I could have just said, look, forget this, let's just go for lunch.
Yeah.
To hear all her stories.
Yeah.
About making costumes on Strictly.
It's fabulous, but you can tell, and I know from working in theatre, that they're having to turn those costumes around so quickly because a last-minute addition or change will happen. Whilst you at home have got the lovely thing of time to be able to, you know, perfect your patterns and be able to adjust. I think there's a bit about adjusting. Is there a little bit about adjusting patterns in here, or was that?
Let's have a look in the...
There's definitely in the pattern this morning. A bit about ease.
For what, ease? Yes, there is. Page 110, 110.
Yeah.
We've had a couple of viewers message in asking, you know, is there a chart for how much fabric you need for different kinds of outfits? And I mean, we had a question for you earlier on about is this enough for trousers? No, and it's really impossible, I think, to do that almost, isn't it?
It is. I mean, you think what we sew on here and the different companies and patterns that we use, 9 times out of 10, the bundles are 3 metres, right, for dressmaking. It varies from 2 to 3 metres. So as a rule of thumb, if I'm going to buy fabric, I'll go, give me 3 metres of that, because I know that's going to be more than enough, and I'll use the others somewhere else. But yeah, it's great. But it is hard to kind of put an amount, because it depends.
Even if you said something like a sleeveless top, is it form-fitting? Is it baggy? Is it short? Is it long?
That's it.
Are you tall or short? You
This
know,
is it.
and then you get into what dress size are you?
That's it, exactly. And then you have to start to think, and one of the biggest questions I'll ask when I'm buying fabric in a shop is, or looking on Sewing Street's website, would be, how wide is it? Because you can get some lovely, you know, quilting cottons and cottons, but only tend to be 44 wide. So you have to take account into that. And I know a lot of the times for me, especially when I'm sewing costume or doing anything bridal or evening wear, is that sometimes I need the width on that fabric, particularly with sewing go days and cutting. For anybody that doesn't know what go days are, they're basically triangles of fabric that go in a skirt and the hem, and it adds volume. So you need the width to really add that volume, and they're often cut on the bias as well, which is, you know, where you need the width. So yeah, but it's all this type of stuff that kind of comes with experience and doing it. I'd never made a ballroom dress till I made this one for the girl this time, and it was such a learning process for me. I'm really happy with the result. Would I do it again? Absolutely. But I've learned...
Watch this space. Strictly coming down soon. Here you come, Adam. Oh,
Put me in touch with Vicky.
I'll do my best. I'll hook you up. So check out on the fabulous Dressmaking Companion Book. It's a brand new launch. It's exclusive at the moment. You can only get it on Sewing Street. So grab your copy, $9.99. Great price, absolutely great price, and absolutely full of tips, tricks, and that insider information that can take years to learn, or you can get it all in a book for under £10. Adam, thank you so much.
Oh no, thank you, honestly. I love coming on and just being able to share what I love doing.
Fab.
And I know you're always brilliant to work with because you love it too. And
I do. Thank you.
It's great. And honestly, I love your book and I love your bags, and I'll stop.
Thank you.
Stop giving you any more compliments.
It's about time you wrote a book, Adam. I'm just saying.
I know,
right.
I need to.
You have a fabulous Christmas.
You too, and you are at home as well. Merry Christmas.
And definitely take the chilled path.
Yeah, I am. I'm having a bit of a break now.
Yeah. PJs, Christmas telly, relax.
That's the one. That sounds
gorgeous.
good.
Well, happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
And I'll see you after the break. Now, don't forget, we have managed to snaffle the lap trays, USB ports, fans, space for your tablet, absolutely brilliant. Lights, there's mini lights, there's a fan. We're not supposed to have them, okay? We're not supposed to have them, but we've got them. We've got We've got a lot fewer than we had when they sold out on Black Friday. This is like secret just between us. Okay, don't tell everybody. And these are guaranteed Christmas delivery. So I'll see you after the break with those. And of course, the Brother FS250 for £399 is bonkers.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 PM to 9 PM, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 PM.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Christmas is just around the corner. But don't panic, there is still time to order your Christmas goodies. Christmas delivery is still available. Merry Christmas from Sewing Street.
Ba, ba, driving home for Christmas. Bye, Adam. Get out, go on. Ooh, I'm excited about this. Look at these. $59.99. Not today. Not today. We shouldn't have them. We've got them. We've snuck them on. $29.99. It's very, very naughty, but it wasn't my decision. So look at that. This is your lap tray. Could be in bed. Got your tablet watching Sewing Street. You've got space for your drink, little mini fan. You've got your mini light. You've got your USB ports here so you can be charging your phone and your laptop. One lead here. You get this included. Pop a plug on. There's your power source. You've got your space in the front. You can pop your tablet in there. You might have a keyboard here on the table, or some even project a keyboard, don't they? Look at that. This is the black. Got your cup holder, of course. Love the fact that you've also got these soft padded foam on the frame itself. So it's soft. I've got 18 left, that's all. I've got 17 now. These are absolutely flying out. We started out with a lot more than that, but a lot less than we had on Black Friday. I completely missed that, you know. I'd have bought one there and then. These are fab, aren't they? Absolutely fab. You don't need to plug in your fan, by the way, and your mini light, but how useful. I mean, brilliant. You could have 4 different devices plugged in here, all charging, all powered up. Will I get it in time for Christmas? Yes, you will. If you're in the UK, in the British Isles, you'll get delivery before Christmas if you order today. I've got 14 of these left now in black. Aren't they fabulous? And a really good size. I mean, look at that. That is a really, really good size. You've got loads of room there. Now, it might be that actually you want this for on your lap just for having breakfast while you watch TV. Maybe you're not feeling so great at the moment. You're spending more time in bed. You need to spend more time relaxing and resting, recuperating. This would work beautifully as a bed table as well. I've single figures now. 8 of these left, but 38 in baskets. 7 left. The good news is I've also got a gorgeous kind of light beach effect, which is rather gorgeous. 5 of the black left. None of us were prepared for this because we're not supposed to have them. We're not supposed to have them, but we've got them. Well, we've got a few. Now, the beach, absolutely flying out. This is my colour of choice, the beach. This is going to fit beautifully. Look at that, it's lovely. Smart, modern, but also if you've got a very sort of traditional interior, which I have, that's going to fit really nicely, isn't it? You've got that lovely wood effect. And now, I didn't even mention earlier on, let me just make myself a tiny bit more space. You'll see here, look. You've got a little tray here. So you can keep your bits and bobs, your light, your fan. This has got my fan here. Okay, so I'll just plug that in. And I've also got my little mini light here. But equally, I think this would make rather a good tray for sweeties. That's just me. This could be where you keep your tablets. It could be where you just keep, you know, bits and pieces. Your scissors, your pins and needles, because this might be the tray that you sit with when you're doing things like hand applique, English paper piecing. You might do your crochet, your knitting. You might like a hard surface to rest on. Oh, Ben, you're so behind the times. Ben's just said, oh, I've got an idea. Secret sweeties. I mentioned sweeties about 10 minutes ago. Were you sleeping? Were you sleeping? This is for my sweeties. This is my sweetie drawer. Charlie and I do actually have sweetie drawers at home. We do. We do. The black has sold out. The black has sold out. I've got this gorgeous light beach effect. It is absolutely gorgeous. We're guaranteeing pre-Christmas delivery. What about breakfast in bed on Christmas Day? Now, even if you don't indulge yourself the rest of the year, there's something rather special about that. You might even have a little glass there with some flowers in. Something special, you know, gorgeous little gift. What would you have for breakfast in bed, Ben? A bagel? Oh, yes. Scrambled egg, cream cheese? Lovely, a veggie sausage on the side. What about you, Ollie? Bacon, lovely, nothing wrong with that. Bacon and eggs. Levi? What would Levi have? A pan au chocolat. I had a pan au chocolat myself this morning, actually. For me, I think it would probably be wholesome muesli and fresh fruit and a glass of water. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, I'd go for an onion bagel with scrambled egg straight off the farm and crispy bacon sprinkled on top. Absolutely yummy. Oh, our eggs are lovely. This is fab. Now, I have got 33 of these left. Now, I started off with nearly 100, so this is not a lot of stock to have left 10 minutes into the show. I've only got 34 of the, in fact, I've got 33 left now, 32 left, way more in baskets. Now, of course, these legs fold away. Your fan and your light remove, and they actually can live, should you wish, in your sweetie drawer. It doesn't have to be the sweetie drawer. Okay, and so this can just be very discreetly popped under the bed, under a sofa, under an armchair, okay? Of course, if you're using charged up, you know, no cable products, great. If you need to be able to charge your laptop while you're working or your phone, no problem. You could just use this as a lovely surface for beading, jewellery making, writing letters. I'll let you know if I've got any left towards the end of the show, but just to let you know, I've got 80 of these in baskets and I've got 28 left. Okay, best of luck with that. I'm going to try and squeeze as many gorgeous things in as possible. Oh, pancakes or porridge, says Christine. I'm with you. Sounds lovely. Now, let me grab the NV1100 sewing machine. Oh, yes, that's the NV1100. Lovely. What a gorgeous sewing machine this is. Absolutely beautiful. Right, let me just grab that out. Okay, here we go. Now, first and foremost, amazing, amazing brand of Brother. I think whether you sew on a Brother sewing machine or not, I think we all know Brother is an amazing technology company. They make fabulous sewing machines. If you've never tried sewing on a Brother sewing machine, and lots of us have, and loved them, they are terrific. Nice broad range of price ranges as well in Brothers. The MV1100, if this was a different brand, okay, possibly even a brand that we would have on Sewing Street, this would be about £1,400. I just want to put it into context. For what you get in terms of your stitch package, your foot package, now that's without the extra quilting package that you get added in, okay, which I think is £130 worth of extra quilting kit. You'd be looking at about £1,300 to £1,400. So already we're under £1,000. But then you've got your quilting kit that's added in. Now, Ollie, do you have a picture of that? Perfect. So included in your quilting kit, you get that extension table. Now you're looking at £50 to £60 for that extension table. It's big, it's really sturdy. You've also got a walking foot. Now we know the Brother walking foot, £40. You get your darning foot for free motion quilting, for free motion applique. Okay, you get that included. We know that's £17.49 for your darning foot. You also get your precise quarter inch piecing foot, and that thing that looks like a sort of almost a hoop with handles on it. This is your quilting frame. So it has rubber grippers around the bottom of it. You're going to sit that on top of your quilt sandwich, or even just fabric, say that you're going to do free motion applique on. If you're a Janet Clare fan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And then what you do is you hold on to those sort of handlebars, if you like, and move your quilt. You move your quilt. I'm demoing here, look. I'm demoing here. You move your quilt with the handle. So rather than having to do that kind of death grip on your quilt, and if you've ever done any amount of free motion quilting or even walking foot quilting, you'll know what I'm talking about, the ache in the fingers and the hands where you're pushing and pulling your quilt around. With that frame, it is so easy. It just maneuvers everything around. And then as soon as you've quilted that area, you can just lift the frame. It doesn't connect. It's not like an embroidery hoop. It just sits on the top and the rubber base grips it. It's almost like a snail's foot that grips. Very, very cool. Have a look. £160 worth of quilting kit. Even better. Now remember, if this was a different brand, it would be £1,400 for a very similar package of feet, stitches, alphabets, numbers. Plus, of course, you've got your walking foot, darning foot, quarter inch piecing foot, and your quilt frame and extension table included. That's £160 worth of extras included in with that price under £1,000. Now, 0% interest, 5 split pays, less than £200 today, and you'll get this machine home for Christmas. Here's everything you get in the box. All these feet, so things like your overcasting foot, your automatic one-step buttonhole foot. You've got a button fitting foot as well, that's for sewing buttons on. You've also got your zipper foot, your monogramming foot, your zigzag or general utility foot. You've got a blind hem foot as well. Now you can use twin needle, you can use 2 threads, you've got your extension table as well. Nice, easy, top-loading bobbin. And one of the things I love about this machine, which you don't get on any other machine that we sell, okay, is this. Now, it's a bit nerdy on my part, but it matters, okay. This is your regular foot, okay. Now, I'm just going to take the regular foot off the Brother FS250 because I want you to see the do you see the difference in length? Okay, this is longer. The feed dogs on your MV1100 are also longer than on a standard sewing machine. What do the feed dogs do? What does the foot do? It's the thing that controls and carries your fabric forward. The longer, the bigger the surface area, the more control you've got when you're sewing. So what this means is that your stitching is more accurate, more precise for dressmaking, quilting, patchwork. You've got more control when you're doing all of your regular sewing. So I just think that's a really, really cool feature of this machine. And you don't get that on any other machine, certainly that we sell. And to be fair, I haven't seen that feature on another sewing machine. It's a really cool innovation. Now, do you have, Ollie, a picture with the basic sort of overview? Brilliant, thank you. So there you can see all of your different feet that you get included. Now, don't forget, you are also getting that quilt package, which includes your walking foot, darning foot, and your 1/4-inch patchwork foot. But you're also getting all those basic utility feet that we really take for granted, but they're included on your machine. You can work with twin needle. You get twin needles as well, plus an extra spool pin. You get your bobbins. You get your accessory bag, you get your hard case. Another thing that you get with this machine, which you don't get with many machines that we sell, is a knee lift. And you know, I won't even consider having a main studio machine for all my general stuff without a knee lift. Fabulous. A message. Afternoon, Stuart. This machine is a superb machine. And what I like most is that the thread reel and stitch diagram are under the top cover. Yes, absolutely. So you have did you see, you have the diagrams for how to thread your machine. It's all there on the top. So you don't have to reach for the manual. If you're someone that uses your machine occasionally, yep, you've got that QR code as well for how-tos. Oh, Brother was so helpful. They're just wonderful. They're absolutely wonderful. You also, look here, here's your accessory box. On the front, we know about that, our accessory box. But look, you also get another one on the back. Look. So you've got accessory box front and back. Now also, of course, that means that we've got a free arm for when we're doing things like dressmaking, bag making. We've also, of course, got the feed dogs to drop. You see, it would be £1,400. If it was a different brand, it would be £1,400 for basically the same package of feet, quilting stuff, alphabets, decorative stitches, different brand, but I've just gone, I've swapped out my main studio machine for a Brother. Absolutely love it. Brother was my first computerized sewing machine, actually, and I absolutely loved it. The only reason why I changed brand at the time from the Brother was I wanted a machine with a knee lift, and at the time, only Benina did knee lift. And also, I think it was automatic needle up and needle down. Brother, you didn't get it on a Brother, or I couldn't find one that had it. Now, of course, that technology is available on the Brother. I've gone back. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Now, speaking of brothers, let's talk about the most you'll ever get in a machine for the money. Just in time, you are just in time for Christmas delivery. Grab it today, half price, £399. Now, if you go on the Brother website, you'll find this machine. It's £799. If you come back to the Sewing Street website tomorrow to buy this machine, you'll pay £799. Today, it's £399. Today, it's £399, about half price. You get 250 stitches. They're all spelled out here on the front of the machine. I love that. I don't know why other brands haven't copied that. It's such a clever little flip chart. Oh! We've just checked on the Brother website. Have a look at this. Brother FS250 Maker's Edition Sewing and Quilting Machine. New product. Hello. How much? 709. Just a minute. £849 from Brother. £399. £399. You get your walking foot included. There's your walking foot. You get your walking foot. That's £40. You get your darning foot included. That's £17.50. Okay. You get a Teflon or non-stick foot for sewing things like pleather, PU, oilcloth. You get that included as well. You get a concealed zipper foot. You never get a concealed zipper foot on a machine. It's never a standard foot or even an extra foot. That's included because Brother asked me, can you tell us what feet you'd like? And I said, you know what? Dressmakers always ask me, can I get a concealed zipper foot? Can I buy one for whatever machine? And I thought, wouldn't it be nice if you just got one in the box? And so you do. Now, you're also going to get 2 more feet extra. You're going to get a rolled hem or narrow hem foot, gorgeous on things like light chiffons and cottons and things like that, very smart. And you're also going to get a fully adjustable zipper and piping foot included. So 6 feet, 40, 17.50 and about 15 to 20 pounds a piece. Massive value, plus all the other feet you get anyway. Jane from High Peak has messaged in, thanks Jane, to say, hi Stuart, I love Brother sewing machines, well worth the money. Well worth £849, but you're paying £399. Now, Patricia from East Riding has said, Stuart, what is the throat size on each of these machines, please? Just a moment, and I will tell you. Do I have a tape measure? No, I will just grab a ruler. Give me 1 second. I'm coming back. Okay. Right. On your Brother FS250, you're looking at about 6-inch throat space. Now, 6 to 6.5 inches is average for a small to medium-sized sewing machine. It's pretty standard. A really good size there. Keep in mind, if you think this is your main machine and you want to be able to quilt quilts, you've only got to be able to get halfway into your quilt. Even a 80-inch wide quilt, that's only 40 inches. That's standard width of fabric. That, pushed up, is not a lot to get through there, even with wadding. So that's about 6 inches. On your NV 1100, you do have a much bigger, you've got about 8¼ inches of throat space. So obviously you've got a lovely amount of throat space. Also, just to give you the height, you've got 4½ inches of height there, throat space. On your Brother FS250, the height of your throat space, 4 inches again. So actually a really nice, this is almost a sort of circular, I can really see my quilt rolled up inside there quilting. If you've got the Gracie frame, of course, either of these machines will fit on your Gracie. Now, the important thing about sewing machines when we're talking about weight is they need to be heavy enough. Adam mentioned this earlier, didn't he? You've got to have enough weight so that when you're sewing at top speed, your machine is going to kind of hold itself. It's not going to be rattling around. So you've got a good weight there, but it is a portable machine. Okay, so if you're thinking about buying this for workshops, classes, maybe your sewing space is a movable feast and it's wherever you can find a bit of space in the house, that's going to be perfect. Your NV1100, a weightier machine, a much weightier machine. Still something that you could take to a workshop or class, but something that you perhaps would want to consider getting a trolley for to help you carry it around. All right. So, it's a choice, isn't it? It's a choice. But I honestly think for £399, we don't have another machine that's even close to the value. So many, 250 stitches. Oh, I should mention as well, you've also got 3 alphabets. That's on top of your 250 stitches. You've got 3 full alphabets. You've also got all the numbers, all the punctuation, European accented letters. You've got a very easy memory, up to 50 characters, including spaces. You literally just press the plus button as you choose your letters or your numbers. You just add, or take away to remove them. It's super easy, super fun to use, very intuitive, very reliable. You actually get a 3-year warranty on this machine. So 1 year mandatory, 2 years I always think is showing off, 3 years, well, that shows real confidence in the build, the reliability, the quality. Now £399 spread over those 3 years of warranty, £133 a year. I'm not saying the machine's going to last you 3 years. It'll last you a lot longer, won't it? Of course. But I just mean spread out over those 3 years. It's like your 3 split pays, £133 a month to get it home in 3 to 5 working days. But also £133 is probably what you would pay to extend your warranty for an extra year. Let's be honest. If you've ever done that with a washing machine or a TV, you'll know it's always about £130, £150 to extend a warranty. You get 3 years extended warranty for domestic use automatically on this machine. What a phenomenal piece of kit. What a phenomenal piece of kit. Now, I did mention the Gracie frame. We don't have it here. But the Cutie Breeze tabletop quilting frame. Now, I was on with Samantha a few months ago launching this product. We both had an amazing time quilting on this. It's a tabletop frame. You can quilt king-size quilts in it. I was actually genuinely blown away at how easy it was to move the quilt along. If you were doing a quilt that was wider than the frame, I thought it was going to be a faff. And I thought this will be something where I'm not going to like this. And actually, when Samantha demonstrated, and we did it together, we moved the quilt along, it was a piece of cake. Now, I don't mean you need 2 people to move it along. She just let me do it with her. And it was like, this This is amazing. This is really easy. And it took seconds, and then we were back to quilting. So you can get the Gracie tabletop quilting frame. Remember, you can quilt king-size quilts on this, or wall hangings, or cushions, or whatever you like, with your domestic sewing machine for £999. Wild. It's fabulous. Yeah, really good. Really good. Loads of you have gone for this. Loads of you have gone for this. And, you know, the guys are always at shows demonstrating it. And this is a show price. This is a show price. Love it. Here's a little video. This is our Bex Reed with Samantha. Look. Fab. So, like, I would say particularly your MV 1100 with 8 inches of throat space, because the amount of fabric that you can quilt is dependent on how much throat space. It's this. So this would be the channel. So about 5 or 6 inches wide across the full width of the frame. So that's what you could quilt with your FS250, which is still very, very reasonable. You know, you'd soon whiz through a quilt with even with a 5-inch space. Obviously, with your MV 1100, you've got an 8-inch throat space. So now you've actually got a lot more space to quilt before you need to advance your quilt. Now, you might be thinking, but Stuart, the feed dogs go this away and this is throat space this away. How does that work? Well, you use it with free motion with your darning foot, and your feed dogs dropped. You can use it with rulers if you want to do straight lines. You can use it with quilting templates if they're designed for ruler work. And you would use a ruler foot on your machine. Okay, so make sure you use a ruler foot if you're going to do that. Otherwise, if you're just free motion quilting, then your regular darning foot is all you need. And then you can quilt in any direction. What's lovely about the Cutie is that the weight of your machine is completely supported by the frame. So when you move the handlebars, you're not taking the weight of the machine. You're not moving around a big weighty 10-kilogram machine. You can do it with fingertips or with one hand. So if you were holding a ruler, easy, easy. I'm going to move this machine out of the way. I'm going to move this machine out of the way because I need to grab the fabulous wooden laptop tray. I have got, wow, you've been busy checking out your baskets. I've got 8 left. This is my last, well, less than 10% of the stock. Now, there are 75 of you with this in your basket. I think you've all forgotten that it's in your basket. I like this cutaway. So that, obviously, when you're working with this, you can actually rest this right up against yourself. Obviously, it's going to be a bit lower in an armchair or a bed, but you can rest that right up against yourself so that you can work on a laptop, a tablet. It could be your e-reader. You're just reading in bed. You can charge your phone. You've also got, of course, a little reading light. Brilliant. You've got a fan in case of a power surge. You know what I'm talking about. Or just it's a hot day. Just a hot day and you need a bit of air. Yeah. Or sometimes laptops get a bit warm, don't they, as well? Let's be honest. You've got your cable attached. This comes attached to your tray. And that, you just pop a plug on, yeah, like a USB plug, and then that powers all 4 sockets. So you can have the fan going, the light going, charging your phone, charging your tablet, all at the same time. You've got your cup holder. You've got your space here that you can rest your tablet in or your e-reader, so you're not having to hold it. But I am literally down to my last handful. Don't forget that little drawer underneath for sweeties or secret things. There it is. 86 in baskets. Come on, guys, check out, check out. You can't just put it in your basket. I've got 8 left. I've got 8 left, but 90 in baskets now. You've got these lovely foam covers as well on the frame itself, so it's comfortable as well. And also nice against, you know, if you've got this on a table, if you've got this on your bed or on your armchair. Now, it should be $59.99. It's half price, isn't it? It's half price, $29.99. We've got 6 left. We've got 6 left. We really, really, really weren't supposed to have these. And that's genuine. When we did all our preparation at 6 o'clock this morning, these were not mentioned. We were more than halfway through the morning, and Ben, our lovely producer, discovered that we'd got them in stock. And he said, oh, we must have them, guaranteed, still guaranteed Christmas delivery, but probably the last day today to really be certain. 3 left. Tomorrow, I think we're chancing our arms a little bit, but today guaranteed Christmas delivery. And he said we must get them on air. So I was on with Adam, and he said in my ear, we're going to have these fabulous trays. I'd never even seen these before. They are brilliant. We've got 2 of these left. The black has sold out. 2 of these left. Okay, I'm going to move this out the way because this is going to sell out. Last one available. Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Sold out. Well done. Well done. Now, Ben, thank you. Ben's indulging me. I launched a brand new pattern this week, a couple of days ago, with Vicky. And it's a trio of bags. And we've called it part 2, because I did another trio of bag pattern, all completely different, and you don't need part 1 to do part 2. Part 2 is not harder than part 1. They stand alone. But 3 completely different bags that you can make, enjoy, customise, love forever. They're all beginner friendly, but I hope you'll agree with me that they don't look like a beginner's made them or that they're beginner level, because I've tried really hard to put all those kind of little style details and actually easy, simple sewing, a bit like simple cooking, can be Michelin star quality, can't it? If you take your time and do it right, keep it simple, use lovely ingredients. I've used some Tilda here. I've used Bosal in our form inside. Another thing which I think helps to link, if you're doing a matching set, even though you might use different fabrics for the mainstay of the bag, having something consistent, and in this case, it's that duck egg blue solid. That's one of our solids from Sewing Street. It just gives this lovely consistency throughout. Now, these are the 3 bags you get in the pattern, for $11.99 for all 3. You get the maxi. You get the maxi. This is the biggest bag. It's got a lovely wide gusset, so you've got really like loads of space, and also you've got that kind of depth. Now, you've also got 2 big roomy pockets on the back. I've subdivided them. You could actually keep that as one big pocket for a file or a laptop, could go in there. Just don't subdivide, but what I would do is put a press stud or a magnetic snap on the top just to hold everything secure, okay? On the other side, you've got another 2 big roomy pockets, and you can see I've actually placed the magnet, half of the magnet, to close it right on the centre there. I've put ready-made faux leather handles on. These are really easy to come by. We sell them on the website. You can also get these shoulder straps. I bought this shoulder strap online. They're only a few pounds, and it's just a lovely addition. But you don't have to if you don't want to. So that's the maxi, made with fusible foam or sew-in Bosal foam and a gusset. Now the midi is a mid-sized bag. This is made using H630, H640, so a fusible fleece. You could use polyester batting, you could use quilt batting, but it would be slightly softer and a little floppier. You've got boxed corners this time instead of a gusset. Lovely, easy way to make shape in a bag. You've got that removable shoulder strap as well if you wish. So you can wear it as a crossbody bag, but you can also wear it over your shoulder or in your hand. You've got these, what I call kangaroo pockets. I haven't subdivided them, but you could. You've got a little bit of quilt binding, so I'll show you how to do that. You've got this lovely easy shaping on the sides of the bag as well that just give it a little more sophisticated profile. You've also got a magnetic snap, no flap this time, but you could put one on if you prefer. And you've also got a slip pocket inside, so you're going to learn that skill, making that bag. And then last of all, you've got the mini. So the mini is, I've done it as a wristlet purse, but that's removable. And in actual fact, if you didn't want to put that on at all, you don't have to. If you wanted to put one of these on either side, well then you could use one of these shoulder straps to clip on and wear it over your shoulder. You get a flat pocket at the front. You also get a zip pocket on the back, and the whole interior is also zippered. So lots and lots of different easy to learn skills in bite-sized chunks to make over 3 different bags. Make the whole set, gorgeous matching luggage. That's a weekend in Barcelona, is it not? Or make and gift, make and sell. You absolutely have my blessing and permission to make and sell the finished bags for profit, for charity, for fun. You can gift as many as you like, up to, I think, 300 of each. I just say that because what I don't want is for a factory to say, we're going to produce 1,000 of these. So that's why there's that caveat. But you can make hundreds of these and sell them. Great fun. And they're all nice and quick. I made these 2 in one day. This one in a very short day. Okay. Quick question about the Brother. Hi, Stuart. Does the FS250 do free motion sewing? Oh, Chris, does it do free motion? It certainly does. So let me show you. So if you're going to do your free motion quilting, Chris, you're going to turn your machine side on first of all. You're going to take off the accessory box. Okay. Oh, actually, no, you don't need to do that at all. What am I talking about? Ignore me. Leave that off. Actually, no, I would take it off because I would put the extension table on for free motion quilting. You get your extension table included. There, like that. Also, round the back, do you see this button here? Push that over, that's going to drop the feed dogs. So now you're in kind of free motion mode. Now, normally you would have to buy a darning foot for this machine, £17.49. Because this is the Maker's Edition, Chris, you actually get your free motion quilting foot included. You also get your darning, your walking foot included, and you get a Teflon foot, and a concealed zipper foot, a rolled hem foot, and a fully adjustable zipper and piping foot. These are all extras for nothing. They're all included, okay? So yeah, it really will. And in time for Christmas. Take advantage of split pay, Chris, if you're going for it. 0% interest. You don't pay a penny more for taking split pay. £133 today. Gets your machine home in 3 to 5 working days, which means in time for Christmas. And then your next payment will come out in January and your last payment in Feb. On the Brother website, this machine is £849. Us, tomorrow, £799, which is still a £50 saving, okay. But currently today, better than half price. better than half price. 250 stitches, 8 automatic one-step buttonholes, 3 alphabets, numbers, punctuation, a 50-character memory, a 3-year warranty, an extension table, a hard carrying case. It's the best value machine we have. There's nothing else that comes close. Near the price even. We've got machines that are 500 plus that don't have anything like as many feet, as many stitches, alphabets, an extension table, and certainly we don't have machines at that sort of price that include a walking foot, darning foot, concealed zip foot, Teflon foot. Nothing close, nothing close. Right, now if you missed 8 o'clock, you will have missed this fabulous quilt. It's called Rainbow Slide. It's called Rainbow Slide. Absolutely fantastic quilt. It should have been £379.99. We took £110 off, and Naughty Ben changed it from 3 split pays to 5 split pays. £53.99 to get the quilt kit home. 28 different fabrics in this kit. Beginner level piecing, easy piecing. I've got 11 kits up for grabs. The rest are in baskets or checked out. You will need to be quick on this one. It's luscious. Again, guaranteed delivery before Christmas. Split pay is a great way. At this time of year, I know there are a lot of draws on finances, aren't there? And we're all thinking about spending money on other people. But £53.99 gets this home for you, or as a gift, and it'll be delivered before Christmas. How beautiful is that? And it really is every colour in the rainbow. Get a quilt for Christmas. It's so easy you could do this. Now, I should be driving home for Christmas straight after I get off air, but in fact, I've got to go into the green screen room and record my Christmas message for the nation. It's not quite that formal. I'll just be saying, have a lovely Christmas, won't you? Eat, drink and be merry. What a gorgeous quilt. And such a fabulous, joyful, I think Kate from Merseyside described it as joyful collection of fabrics. Really just bright and breezy. Now, another thing that you might have missed is the most affordable, I think, and useful Dressmaker's Companion. It's a fabulous hardback book. It's a brand new and exclusive launch for us here on Sewing Street. I've got it right here. Handy, pocket-sized, handbag-sized, trio of bag-sized, actually. Nearly 100 of you have it in your basket. See, it'll just slip into the pocket or into the bag here, look. There we go, ready for your dressmaking class or to take to Quilt Club. You've got so many different tips, tricks, ideas, know-how. You could spend years, decades learning all these skills, all this information, or you could jump straight to the top of the class for £9.99. You can't get this anywhere else at the moment. It's an exclusive launch here on Sewing Street. Fab. We get all the good stuff here. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, before we go, just a couple of minutes just to wax lyrical about, really, it's my favourite machine that Sewing Street sell. Now, of course, if you've got a big budget, well, the sky's the limit. But let's be in the real world here. Most of us have got a limited budget for our craft, but we still want the very best, the most we can get for our money. And I know we often say, buy cheap, buy twice. Well, we're not talking about buying cheap here, but what we are talking about is a £399 investment for an £849 machine. 250 stitches, 8 buttonholes, 250 utility stitches there that you can use for dressmaking, quilting. You don't even need a 1/4 inch foot on this machine because stitch number 46 moves the needle over with your regular foot to stitch a perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance. I used this machine this morning to make the Rainbow Slide block. You watched me do it probably. Perfect 1/4 inch seam. Every piece I added to my block fitted perfectly, and that's because of the perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance with your regular foot. Now you could go onto the Brother website today like this and you could buy the machine. It's brand new. It's a brand new product. Hurrah! Maker's Edition FS250, £849. That's the price. Now ordinary day, we're still offering better than that. On any other day, this machine's £799. So you're saving £50, but I don't think that I would want to buy it for £799, sorry, when you could buy it today for £399 and get it home for Christmas. £399, including your walking foot, darning foot. I mean, there's really nothing else to buy. Usually I say, well, the only thing you'd have left to buy would be an invisible zipper foot if you're a dressmaker, but you even get that included. It's fab. It's fab. Well done if you've checked out your basket on that, or the NV1100. You have got a phenomenal machine winging its way to you for Christmas. Now, this is my last day before Christmas, so I want you to wish you all a very happy and healthy Christmas. Have a wonderful time, whatever you're doing, however you're spending it. Even if you're not celebrating Christmas, I still hope you have a wonderful week. I'll be back on the 27th of December and the 28th. Yes, it's not quite see you next year yet, but I will have some lovely projects for you on the 27th and 28th, so make sure you put that in your diary. But do have a lovely festive time and kick back, relax, do some lovely sewing, I'll be doing some knitting. I've just had some gorgeous yarn arrive, ready for a Yarn Lane show on the 5th of January. I've also got the most glorious Knit Pro set of interchangeable knitting needles on the 5th of January. Real quick, menu for tomorrow. Who's presenting? Bex Reed, 8 a.m. bulk buy deals. 9 a.m. it's chalk and notch patterns, the Den jacket with Rebecca Harrison. At 10 o'clock, Amber makes best of 24. At 11 o'clock, Rebecca is back with the Sussex seamstress Framfield dress. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got quilt kits and extra wide fabrics. Fabulous, every reason to tune in. Now, don't touch that dial. Hobby Maker is up next with a fabulous projects from Crafters Companion and Dave Bradford. So stick around. I will see you after Christmas. Lots of love.